So 12 minutes late because of my dental appointment. But I have a surprise for everyone today. A surprise? What's Adam thinking? What could he possibly be doing? Oh, wait a second. Let me see this last one. Yeah, sorry. Hang on. There's one thing I gotta do really fast. There. Okay. So, a surprise. What's he doing? Okay, yeah. So, let's go get the surprise underway. Who's ready for surprises, guys? Who's ready for surprises? I'm apparently not. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Hang on a second. Okay. What's this note, guys? How to use all of this? He can't be. No, he's crazy. But I'm not crazy. All right, I got to do some of this stuff off screen and then I can show you guys the rest of it. So let's go get all of this. Hang on just a sec. There. Okay, so download. DLC 4 hype. So Editcom today, Tuesday. So Adam is getting back to the nitty gritty of programming. He'll be implementing a journaling/replay system today. But before that, what? The surprise. Okay, so let's see. Modify cosmetics data.json to reflect the current set of cosmetic parts. Oh, hang on a second. I gotta close my window. Don't want the neighbors thinking I'm crazy. Hey, Echo. The frame drops? I don't have any frame drops. Look at this. 0 dropped frames. You see that? Okay, so cosmetics data.json. All right, so we got 3 things here. So we have, oh, weird new. Huh. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So octopus. Let's go figure out what this is supposed to have. All right, so head is 256, 174. The foot is 220, 106, 31, 8. And the torso is 106, 32, 126, 196. Okay, now I have no idea what I just did. I just screwed something up. Drat. What is this? Foot, torso, head. How did I screw this up? Okay, fine. Let's redo this. 106, 31, 8. Then torso, 106, 32, 126, 196. And then head in front. Oh, in front is actually true for both of these? 256, 174. Okay, there's that. Do we get a kitty bot sometime? I want a panther. Maybe. Okay, next. We take everything under here and we probably just double it. Oh my god, why can I not copy paste things correctly? Foot, torso, head. So we just copy paste all of that. We get foot, torso, head. We multiply everything by 2. At least I think we multiply everything by 2. Let's try it. There, and then finally, this turns into D. Okay, great. Dr. Dankstorm says, I'm bored. Shall I dance for you, Dr. Dankstorm? Shall I run a giveaway for you? All right, next up, we got to add in the rest of the art. So let's do that. So that was the octopus. Now let's put in Omega. All right. Oh man, my eyes. Okay, Omega also has in front. I don't know if this is a good idea. But anyway, 108, 36, 140, 12. Oh man, my eyes are burning. I don't know why my eyes are burning. 180, and then finally 145, 210. Okay, so now we can copy paste all of this. And instead of A, this changes to D. Oops. Cool, and instead of all of these things, alright, there we go. And there's just one more to do. Can you make a note to buy me a bunch of lunch beer? How many do you want? Okay, so then there's just one more bot that I need to put in, and then we're done. Then I can do the rest of the things I need to do to get this to work. This shouldn't take very long. So Omega changes to V8. This changes to, oh no, that's actually the way it's supposed to be. So the leg is in front, the head is not. So here we do 170, 46, 73, 9, 224, 114, 144, 260, and 32, 212. Okay. Hey, Uno Maestro. Just all your points? Okay. Give noob as many lunch BRBs as possible. Will do. Okay, so that process is done. I know that's tedious. Now let's look through the rest of this. So modify Atom CLI to point at all the right locations. Run spreadsheet packer. So there's that. There's that. Okay. You'll get several PNG files and an output.json. To use the cosmetics combiner, you may need to clear the cache. So delete everything in here. Is it all from coding? No. And hey, it tells to go. Uno Maestro. So the way I learned how to type wasn't until like probably 6 years ago. Hang on a second. All right, sorry about that. So the way I learned how to type was actually about 6 years ago, and it wasn't a typing class. It was actually getting a keyboard like this that helped. Every time I typed something wrong, I would go back and rewrite the entire sentence and try to type correctly. I just did that enough. And to answer your question about how's it going, tell us to go. It's going well, other than my eyes are burning for some reason. Okay, so now we clear this cache. RM star. There. And then to use it, modify item data.json. Yeah, let's go do that. So instead of bulldozer, we're going to say octopus. Image name needs to be lowercase. And the IDs need to be add 4 to them, I think. Yeah, so 37.3. Okay, cool. So then we do the same thing a couple of times. So octopus changes to omega now. Oh, that didn't work. Well, we'll fix that in a second. So octopus changes to omega. ID changes to be +3. And yeah, we'll have to change the image name. And then finally, this changes to V8. And this is 6+. Okay, cool. So now just image name is all I need to fix. There. Okay, so that should all be perfect, other than the double comma there, and then the single comma at the end, and then the double comma there too. Yeah, cool. Okay. So now restart the account server so it knows about the new items, and place the outputted sprite sheets into the client folder. So we'll all be looking at this at the same time. And yes, exactly like that noob. Hey, Thelzy. Yeah, I'll show you in just a sec, Thelzy. I actually haven't seen these all together yet, so it'll be interesting. I need to... Hang on. I'm doing some of this off screen so as not to spoil the surprise. Did that work? That did not work. No, it didn't work. I know what I forgot to do. Oh man, all right, I gotta go do something really fast. Hang on a sec. I gotta copy paste all of these into here. Was this not one of my steps? There. So I gotta run this again. Hey, MSN. Okay, so that should be done now. Yeah, it is done. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So now all we have to do is go start everything and then try this out. Okay. Hey, Louis. So first we need to clear the app cache. Where is it? Done. And then we just start this up. And yeah, we should be able to see this. Let's try it. All right, are you ready? So we go to cosmetics and we buy all of this new stuff. But first we need the money for it. So we're going to have to go sell a bunch of stuff. Or actually, just opening packs should give us botcoin. Yeah, it gave us 1,000, which is not enough. But we can sell some of these and get some more. Hey, Puka. A nice Puka. Huh, that's pretty good. Okay, so we got to buy all of these things because we want to see what these look like. All right, cool. So here we go. So we edit this, and we should have a bunch of new stuff. So let's put octopus head on it. Okay, that looks ridiculous. Let's put the octopus torso and the octopus foot. Okay, cool. So yeah, there's the octopus set. Then the omega set is going to be the new default. This looks ridiculous. This all looks ridiculous. Pretty good. And then finally the V8 set. Nice. So yeah, we got some new artwork. Let's go figure out how to use the cosmetics combiner tool now. So BL tools cosmetics combiner run. This should download a bunch of images. Oh, Dropbox OAuth set. Oh, darn it. How do I set this? How to ls set star set pusher env set. Oh, there isn't a way to do this. He's putting the boat torso in the boat head. Yeah, I might do that. Let me write myself a note. Ask Jason to get boat cosmetics due to boat land. Okay. Yeah. So set Dropbox OAuth equals. Now this I definitely have to do off screen. Hang on a sec. Where's Dropbox? Here it is. Okay, so we just run it now. And what port is this running on? 4000. So now if we just point at localhost 4000, we should have an up-to-date cosmetics combiner. So if I hit random, we should see all the new pieces. No, because it hadn't written the sprite sheets yet. Hey, Goggles. I'm doing pretty well. I just added in some new art. This just looks like a fat bot. All right. Yeah, so we got a lot of different kinds of bots now. These are ridiculous. I gotta say, I do like this. The octopus torso looks kind of strange with these other bots. Also, that was huge. That probably shouldn't be that large. Yeah, some of these are pretty neat now. I like this. Okay, so let's just get individual sets. So we'll get octopus, octopus, and octopus. Let's just random until we get it. Oh, perfect. That was one time. Okay, we can look at the detailed sprites too. So we can get any sort of colors we want in this thing. There. So there's the octopus bot. So that's brand new. Then the omega bot is also brand new. Let's just random until we get that. So making it random was much easier when I only had like 3 of these, but it prevents me from having to type anything. So where is it? Come on. Come on. No, whatever, I'll just type it. Omega FD art. Oops, not FD. It's HD. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here's the new default bot. It used to be the wasp, now it is this. And so yeah, you've got like a splash of color there, and just the eyes are another color. Oh, and apparently the rings around the wheels there. That's pretty cool. Not super obvious, but nice. Yeah, I like this. Honestly, this reminds me of old Mac computers for some reason. Here is the tortoise. Okay, and then the final one that we got was V8. So let's go load up that. So this is the V8 bot. This is also brand new. It's not totally finished yet. And I'm not sure I like the coloring on it yet either, but it looks good. All right, see you, Thelsey. So I should upload this. Upload the new cosmetics tool and also use Geo. No, not use Geo. Use Omega instead of Wasp as default. What bitrate do I use? 2 megabits per second. And hey, X unique. Okay, so yeah, one of the problems right now is if you have no cosmetic items on your bot, it looks like a Wasp. And that's not going to happen anymore. So let's just search the code for Wasp. What difference between I do like this and I like this? no, there's no real difference. I mean, not a significant one, not a significant enough difference to explain, I think. Okay, so there, that should fix it. So now everyone's bots that didn't have any cosmetics on them. So for example, this one has no cosmetics. Now instead of looking like a wasp, it's going to look like the Omega bot. Yeah, neat. And yeah, okay. Cool. So let's take a look at some actual colors that I had here. We'll log in on the Atom 5. Yeah. Some of these are crazy. We can also change up the cosmetics a lot now. So I can edit this so that we've got octopus foot. Oh, I don't have them on this account. And there's no way to see them. Okay, great. Well, let's buy a bunch of packs. Oh, that's all I get. Okay, now let's buy whatever we didn't unlock. So we didn't get any of the head pieces. We got two of the torso pieces and none of the foot pieces. Good, cool. So let's go customize these. We should have octopus head, octopus torso, octopus foot. Update. Yes. Okay, so cautious bot. We're gonna put the wasp torso back on here. Where's the wasp torso? There it is. And then what else do we have here? I don't know what these are, so I'm just gonna change these to something else. We're gonna make this some crazy amalgam of the other ones. It's an abomination. So now when we go to play a game, we can put down these new bots. Now there's one thing I wanted to test. So yeah, these are going to go super fast. There's one thing I wanted to test, and that was what's the tallest bot now? Because it might be too tall. So that's probably the tallest foot piece. That might be the tallest torso piece. No, that one's the tallest torso piece. And then what's the tallest head piece? That one maybe? That's not too bad, I think. Is there a taller one? No, I think that's it. And is there a taller foot piece? That might actually be the tallest. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's the tallest bot you can have in the game then. Not too bad. And yeah, the colors. Well, this is great. Because yeah, now we have a whole bunch of different kinds of art. Now, one thing I wonder about is the... Okay, some of these, I just think the Omega bot, it always looks small to me, and seeing his head be gigantic on these other bots is interesting. Alright. Neat. Yeah, cool. So if you want some, like, wasp combined with an octopus foot, this thing. Hey, Monadic Bind. Monadic Bind today is going to be the system that you've been describing for a long time. I'm finally going to implement it. The journaling system. It's now necessary for the game. Okay, so use Omega instead of Wasp and then upload the new tool. Did I write anything for uploading the new tool? First, deploy cosmetics combiner tool using deploy.cmd. Then modify cosmetics combiner in prod host. Yeah, this isn't going to be as easy as that. I'll do this later, I think. Yeah, I should do that at some point, but just not right now. Okay, so let's check this in. Okay. So added sprites for Octopus, Omega, and V8. added items for the various cosmetic pieces corresponding to the above. And the default bot image is now Omega, not Wasp. I can say yay today. Hey, Spiritman. Between the new default bot and this, I think the art is really coming up to a new level. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I think having a Wasp bot as the default made no sense because it wasn't a conscious decision. It was just a, hey, we don't have art. So now having the default one be, oh right, I gotta load up the proper page. Anyway, having the default one be the Omega bot is pretty good. So now if I log into some random account like Adam7, who probably doesn't have special cosmetics, yeah, they're all just the starter bot. And so as soon as you get your first cosmetic piece and you put it on, you might be like, okay, cool, I'm going to have a wasp head for this one. And then you get another cosmetic piece and you're like, okay, this one's going to have bulldozer foot. And now you start to get some like different kinds of bots out of here. And as you build up these pieces and get different sets, I think it'll be interesting. Let's buy one torso. There. Now the only kind of problem, I guess, is that people will have a whole lot of the default bot, and the colors aren't as vibrant as the other ones because it was the default. So this doesn't match as well, I think. A bot torso that has a hanging strip light. The Atom torso. Alright, so test running some node code on AWS Lambda. That's what I had written here. I think let's at least just start a game server and see how long it takes. I don't know if we have a good way of doing this. Because if we just say run, it does start really quickly. I mean, I don't know how fast. And I guess that's part of the issue. Is we need to get the same time printing out twice. Like, sure I can... Whoa, enter the new time. No, I don't want to do that. Echo time. So I can echo time here, but is this going to reflect what I have in Node? New date. It should be the same. Yeah, I think it's the same. Yeah. Hey, William Chair. How's your game coming along? When's the pre-beta going to be online again? Not for quite some time. Okay, so all we need to do is this. We go to game server main, and after everything is started up, after all of this, we just do console.log current time. Is there a way in Windows to get the no, you know what? I don't need to do that. All I can do is this. I can say date.now, and then over here, what I can do is node-e console.log date.now. This should work. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so all we do is this, and then ampersand run, and this will tell us the time. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so now we just subtract these two, and we get the number of milliseconds it took for us to start this process and get to the point where we're ready. So subtract that, and we get 764. That's too long. Okay. Well, it was worth checking out. Slowly, yeah. No, I know the feeling. So 764 milliseconds to start the game server on my machine and get to the point where it connected to the account server and the overseer. Hey, Digite. So, yeah, I think part of this can be... Oh, man, my eyes... I'm gonna get eye drops in a minute. I don't know why they're on fire. Part of this is that I can cut down on some of what's going on here. Like, it's probably starting up more than it needs to. Run code verification, set up item template depot, cluster message handlers, that's not needed. Oh, if it's a worker, just return. That one else, set up the REST client. Create everything in Go. test connection. So if we cut some of this stuff out, this will cut out a round trip to the account server. It's going to need a round trip. It's just, it'll have data at the time that it does it. So then what? Set up REPLs, set up software validator, connection manager, client server router, set up game server. So players aren't going to directly connect to a game server anymore. That's the big change with the infrastructure. In fact, that's a giant change to the infrastructure. Players won't directly connect to game servers any longer. So there's no need to open to have socket connections at all. Yeah. Hey, Swine. What, Swine? And why is 700 milliseconds too long? It's too long for Lambda because you pay for every 100 milliseconds that you use. So they have this whole concept of, actually it might not be too long, I don't know. They have an example of pricing here. Maybe it's not too bad. How many letters can you type per minute? Alright, let's see. Because in their example, they say if you're using it for 1 second at a time, and you have 3 million requests per month, that you're paying $18. And that's not that bad. And this would probably take 1 second to simulate a phase. So then 300,000 or 3 million requests per month. 3 million requests per month at 1 second per request is $18. It's not really. It's more than that because they have the free tier factored into this. So that's what, a quarter of the cost just taken off. So this is really like $24. And then even that isn't the total. There's also however many requests you do and whatever other things. So let's say $25. Now, 3 million requests per month. One game is 3 phases. And yeah, so this is like 1 million games per month is $25. I don't, well, whether I use Lambda or whatever other cloud equivalent there is of just running code on demand, it's going to have a similar pricing model. So 1 million games per month would be $25. So the question is, how many games do I expect a user to play per month? Well, there are lots of questions. One is that. The other is, how many games could a dedicated game server host per month? So the big difference between Lambda and having dedicated machines around is theoretically going to be parallelism. Dedicated machines need to be spun up before they can scale. Yeah, another difference is that I'm only paying for what I use with Lambda. So how many games do I expect a user to play per month? Well, let's just come up with some numbers here and estimate this. Let's say someone plays for 2 hours a day. Let's say a game takes 3 minutes. I don't know how long it's really going to take. But that's 40 games per day per user. So about, what, 1,200 games per month per user? Per month per user? So now 1 million divided by 1,200 is 833 players could be accommodated in $25 for this with these numbers. You probably need another entry point for Lambda, which would only simulate a game without setting up TCP servers and such. Yeah, that's true. I could always trim this down to just having the simulation run on Lambda. But, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so yeah, 833 players with these numbers, but that's with someone playing for 2 hours a day and taking 3 minutes per game. There are going to be people who do more and people who do less. Hey, Remy. So how many games could a dedicated game server host per month? Well, now the time per game goes from like 1 second to, or no, time per phase goes from 1 second to, I timed this the other day, probably like 300 milliseconds, because I don't need to spin up a new process every time. It's going well. There's a lot to figure out, really. So EJ linked this last time, container reuse and Lambda. Let's take a look. So the first time a function executes after being created or having its code or resource configuration updated, a new container is created to execute it, and the code for the function will be loaded. In Node.js, initialization code is executed once per container creation before the handler is called for the first time. A Lambda function can complete in one of three ways. Timeout. One of the callbacks invokes context.done. And then, okay, good. Yeah. How did coding go last night? Made any good progress? Well, so what I started is I've changed the simulation over to the point where it completes as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, what this means is that the client is also animating it as quickly as possible. So if I put down a few bots and I hit go, it just like almost immediately finishes. So I need to make a playback system, and that's what I'm going to be working on today. So that when you put down a bunch of bots like this, it doesn't just like hyper speed them through the game. Also, as of this morning, there are now new cosmetic pieces, which I will be showing off at various points in the day, I'm sure. BL Tool Cosmetics from. Alright, I can't do this again. Okay, never mind. I won't be showing them off right now. And Hideo got some info. Let's see. I asked a colleague working with Lambda some of his most important advice. He said the debugging could be really hard. There's literally what? There's literally no monitoring, so if a request takes too long, it's very hard to say if you have a CPU problem, a network problem, a memory problem, etc. You also need an additional server to use Lambda most of the time. You can't use REST, for example. It's mostly RPC, so you need a dedicated machine to convert your request or a gateway. The first request takes a long time due to loading of everything, and it happens a lot more than what you would expect due to the number. The number of libraries really a downside with the 50 megabyte limit. It's very easy to get over this. 50 megabyte limit of what? Of RAM? It can't be RAM. Lambda has a 50 megabyte limit for the zip file that contains the function code and dependencies. Oh, wow, on disk. That's probably not such a big deal for me. Let's take a look at how the game server looks in the build folder. So it needs all of this stuff, which is 2 megabytes. Okay, that's not bad. So the way that I think about this, I would already have the account server would be the machine that can RPC into this. It does sound like Lambda is a pretty good solution here. That to include all loaded libraries. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so everything in everything coming from package.json too. Right, and that would be more. Yeah. Okay, I see. Okay, because I have probably a ton of stuff in here. I don't know how much of this is needed by the game server. I'd probably need to refactor this so that I'm using as little as possible. Because yeah, this is what, 70 megabytes, and that's more than I need anyway. And then the game server has like 30 megabytes. Okay. Yeah, I think it would make more sense then for me to just put game servers behind a load balancer. Granted, I could cut down on a lot of this to get to the point where It's just running the code that it needs to run. So all code on Lambda, the function that runs on Lambda needs to fit into a 50 megabyte zip file, including dependencies. One on every 5 requests. Yeah. Spirit man, don't be a jerk. Yeah, I wonder why though. One on every 5 requests. But yeah, thank you, Hideo. I really appreciate that. And it's interesting to at least. Oh, yeah, you know what? Let's make a new note about this. You can't gift a sorry. AWS Lambda research. So let's write all this stuff down. Hideo told me this. So, oh my god. There. Okay. So we can close out of that now. Here's so restrictions. Not really restrictions, but I'll write all this stuff down. I'll copy paste all of this. So the function that runs in Lambda needs to fit into a, oh god, all right, there, a 50 megabyte zip file including dependencies. So from their pricing page, 3 million requests per month at 1 second per request with, what was it, 512 megabytes of RAM. Where is this? Yeah, 512 megabytes of RAM allocated to the function is about $25. So in Botland, one game is 3 phases. It's up to 3 phases actually. I didn't think about that. So that means that 3 million phases is 1 million games. So 1 million games per month is $25. And I got that number because I knew that execution time was taking this. So in Botland, starting the game server and connecting to the what exactly? Probably the overseer as well, right? I don't know, at least the account server. What else did this thing do? Connected to the account server. Yeah, which is all I would have needed to do. Even then, that's not, well, I don't know. Connected to the account server takes 764 MS on my machine. I see you, Dale. Hey, Original Pepper. Long time no see. My day's going well. How are you doing? Huh. So this is, I assume that when I simulate a game as well, assume that when I optimize everything, well, let's just say this, when I simulate a game, that it will take about a second in total. So one game is up to 3 phases. So 1 million games at 1 second per game is 25 per month. Red as the tortoise, what is this? How many games could a dedicated server host per month? Yeah, so theoretically, this can host way more. It just can't handle burst as much. I think this is an underestimation, because I don't think most players will actually play for 2 hours a day or take all three phases to play. But then again, maybe this part is a questionable part. Like if I go into Botland and I say, okay, let me play a game. Well, right now that's really hard to figure out what we're going to be doing, because you hit the play button and now you're in a game. Cool. So we would start the timer, right? Online stopwatch, and we just say like, okay, start it. So now first I'm going to look through these and be like, all right, what are the, okay, great, cool. Like I got that. I understand that. Now I'm going to probably put down my first phase worth of stuff. And now here's where it's hard to simulate, because this is going to happen instantaneously, but it should take about 20 seconds from that point. So we were at like the 14-second mark. So we'd be at like the 34-second mark. So games might only take about a minute. So I'm not actually sure. However, I also don't know how long people will take to play out a game. 3 minutes may be an overestimate. With your free plan, would some prototyping and benchmarking be doable? Yeah, it would be doable. I just think it would probably take like an entire day to set this up, because I would need to get to the point where I fit Lambda's requirements. So having 50 megabytes of stuff. And if I don't fit that, then I'm going to have to refactor code just to get to the point where I can test this. Like, I think it's almost to the point where it may not be worth even testing it. Not yet, at least. But I'm gonna at least write this note and then kind of come to a conclusion afterward. So how many games could a dedicated server host per month? So time per phase goes from 1 second to 300 milliseconds, because you don't need to spin up a new process every time. This means that I should be able to get about 3 times as many games. And so it's assuming I'm using full CPU. Here's the problem, is that I'm not using full CPU, because unless I'm on, where's the, AWS has that whole, where is this? Let's go to the AWS note. EC2. There's a pricing page that EJ kept linking to me, and I don't know where that pricing page is. Free tier information, AWS wide information. I don't know where it is. Hey, Nautical Clever. Okay, EC2 pricing. There's some page that's really good about this, and it's not the Amazon page. Is it ec2pricing.net? It's some gigantic matrix of stuff. Yeah, this is it. I'm pretty sure this is it. What does it spend 700 milliseconds on? So it's got to do all the Node.js startup stuff. So load in all JavaScript, execute all JavaScript, and then it's got to do the initialization tasks of Botland, which is like set up logging, connect to account server. And I can probably optimize that to the point where we don't have such a crazy amount of stuff going on. Like, I don't need cluster. I don't need memwatch. I probably don't need things like this either. I could maybe get rid of the software validator. There's a lot of stuff that I could maybe do. And that's where I don't know if it's worth doing. I'm not sure. Taking notes as you do, is this something you've always done or learned yourself how to do it? I started when I started working at Microsoft and learned that I frequently just lost my train of thought. Like, sometimes you'd be working on a problem all day and you would get to the point where you're like, it's the typical, I try solution A and it doesn't work. I try solution B and it doesn't work. And then I try something else, and then I learn solution A might work now that I've learned something. And then I'm like, okay, well, what did I find that didn't work about A in the first place? And like writing all that down really helped me. Also, let me write something else down. You got a OneNote license in your welcome package. I don't think I used OneNote while I was at Microsoft. I think I used Evernote. I hated that program at the end of it. Okay, so let's go back to this and write down this site. So there's a nice pricing site. Cool. Yeah, Raimi, and that's killer, I think, because that happens a lot actually. Well, it happened a lot to me. So we want a computer that gives us full use of the CPU. So one that's not burstable. Where is whether it's burstable or not on here? I think T2 Micro is a burstable one, but I don't see where it lists any of this. I don't really know how to use this site. EC2 instance types. Yeah, this is burstable. Okay, so anything that starts with T2 is burstable. That's bad because that means we can only cap out at a certain number of CPU usage every hour, I suppose. So the way that T2 micro works is that if you were to constantly use as much CPU as you possibly could, it equates to apparently 5% of the CPU that you're able to use. And like we're going to be CPU bound when we're doing game simulation. That's quite a name you have. I shall call you Moist. And hey, Texio. Welcome back. Well, no, Original Pepper, I didn't hate Evernote at the beginning. Whenever you use almost any note program for the first time that syncs your stuff to the cloud, you're like, wow, this is awesome. Like, I can't lose my notes now. And then you learn about the frustrating features that it might have, or bugs, I suppose. Okay, so M4, general purpose. We care more about compute, balance of compute. So compute optimized. I guess they're here. So latest generation featuring highest performing processors. So how much memory do you? Whoa, you actually get a lot. All right, so how much is a C4? C4 are only large. C4 dot large. How much is this? I want it in price per month because I have no idea what price per hour actually means. Monthly. So C4 dot large is $50 per month. And what's that percentage? Savings. Savings of what? Moderate. What is moderate? Network perf. And then what? Disk. Yep. EBS. Okay, cool. So all that's fine. So $50 per month for a 2 CPU machine. So let's go back to the knowledge page here. So I'd be doing CPU intensive tasks. So I would probably want the compute optimized AWS instances. The cheapest is C4.large, which has what, 3.75 gigabytes of RAM and 2 CPUs that are not burstable, so I can use them however much I want, and that's $50 a month. Wait a second, no, there's 2 prices here. What are all these prices? Oh, reserved. Oh, darn it. Oh, so I'd be starting with on demand, and it'd be $77 a month. Yeah, $77 a month, which is $77 per month on demand. Okay, so I guess I would need to figure out a bunch of things. EC2instances.info is also good for pricing. Oh yeah, this is one that EJ linked. This is the better one. That way you can see, what is it? I don't know. I like this site better though. Thank you, Hideo. Let's go write that back down here. There are nice sites here and here. Preferred. Okay. So, yeah, let's use that site. And let's sort by... I don't really know how to sort this. Yeah, burstable ones are all at the top. So yeah, these are the ones that, and they don't even tell you how much of this you can really use. You have to like dig into the whole burstable this thing. Yeah. So, for example, a T2 small receives credits continuously at a rate of 12 CPU credits per hour. This provides baseline performance equivalent to 20% of a CPU core. So, I don't think with any of the bursted ones you can actually get 100%. But if 12 corresponds to 20%, where's their here it is. Yeah, 12 corresponds to 20%. Then that means that large T2 large corresponds to 60%. So yeah, you're not getting, like, I don't think you're getting good bang for your buck there. Cost monthly. And either way, it's 75 per month. I don't know why you'd ever get this machine. Costs as much as the, oh, it's got more RAM. Okay, well, so we would be looking at something along, wait, C1 medium. This didn't show up in the other one. Oh, it's more expensive. There's C4 large. Yeah. Max bandwidth. Yeah, okay, so let's try to figure this out then. So I think enough of the pieces here to at least be able to ballpark this figure. So I have two CPUs. I'd be running, my runtime would go down to like 300 milliseconds. I'd be able to do double that. So that's like, it's like 150, so 6 times faster than Lambda. So because there are two CPUs and no startup time, I would be able to run roughly 6 times faster than Lambda without the capability to scale horizontally quickly. Well, not as quickly at least. So 6 times faster means that this cost is sort of divided by 6. I think it's worth trying this way at least. And I think I have most of the infrastructure set up to run this way. I would need another load balancer as well. I would need another load balancer for this. So. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to try out Lambda. Dedicated machines need to be spun up before they can scale. Another difference is I'm only paying for what I use with Lambda. That actually is another difference. Oh, darn it, I didn't think of that. Which is that if I'm not actually at 1 million games per month, I'm not paying for the whole $25. But anyway, so I'm going to write down my conclusions at the end of this. So conclusions, I think that in order to even test out everything to compare prices, that I would need to spend several days optimizing for a particular scenario, e.g. Lambda versus dedicated instance. So also I already have some infrastructure written to make use of dedicated game servers. Spinning them up, monitoring them, assigning tasks. So I would just need a load balancer in front of all of that, and I should be good to go. Oh, it's not going to be that easy also, because you only get one load balancer for free with AWS, and I'm already using that for account servers. So I would need to use, I don't know. To be honest, I don't even really need a load balancer for the game servers at first. The only way I would need that is if, so let's see, how many people, if there are 10 people playing at once at 300 milliseconds per game, then I would need 3 seconds to simulate the whole thing. That's an acceptable level of delay, I feel. So it's only if there are more than one person every 300 milliseconds trying to play a game that there's a problem. And so one person every 300 milliseconds is, what was I going to say? 3.3 people per second. Which is what? Like way more players than I would have now anyway. But yeah, let's multiply that by 60. So 200 people per minute, which would be 12,000 people per hour. Now, granted, it doesn't really work like this. You have to look at the granularity in like 10-second time frames or whatever the maximum acceptable delay is. Being able to have 200 people per minute sounds pretty good for one machine. And then if in any minute we determine that we have more than 200 people per minute, we just spin up another game server. I don't think this should be too bad then. I think this should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be fine. We already have a way to spin up new machines. Yeah, so the only issues then, yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna leave it at this, I think. So these are the thresholds of where everything is totally fine. If I get 3 people per second trying to play, we're okay. If I get 4 people per second, we're not okay. Unless that dies down eventually to 2 people per second, then it can handle the load. I think this is fine. It's not really 12,000 people per hour, more like games, wouldn't it? Yeah, it is. And it's not even games, it's actually phases of a game because you're simulating only each phase at a time. And I don't think this will be a problem. Honestly, even if there's like a 5-second wait at first, I think if a game is brand new and has one developer on it, that people are a little more apologetic. Once it's out for like a couple of months, hopefully I'll have the, funds and the data to know how to make this time as low as possible. But yeah, okay, so I'm relatively happy then not pursuing Lambda right now. I think I analyzed it enough, and I don't think it's going to be the fastest way for us to like get to the point where we've got the game. So I want to copy paste this into here, that's all. Playing it once on a dedicated server, then I would need 3 seconds in it, don't I? So it should be easy enough to calculate the rate per minute of simulations and then spin up/down instances based on that. Maybe a little bit of overkill too, taking into account what you already have. What's overkill? Using Lambda? So the theoretical benefit of Lambda is there's no wait time for any users, not based on the game servers at least. And also that I'm not paying for an entire instance when I'm not using the instance. So those are both really nice upsides. But the downside is I think really just cost. If a dedicated server is going to be cheaper in the long run, then it's probably what I should do from the beginning. And I already, like you said, I already have an infrastructure with dedicated servers, so I might as well just use the infrastructure I wrote. So this whole test out node running on this, no, cancel this. How would I deploy a new game server? Cancel, try to determine how long it takes. This actually did. So it took 764 milliseconds to start up. Honestly, that's not even totally fair. I only ran this once, exactly once. That's not a fair number of trials. Let's at least get an average on this. 787. So 764, 787, and let's just do one more because those are pretty similar numbers. Node dash e this minus this. I have to console.log it. I should have just done this in Sublime. 856. So now we add these two things, or add these three things together. So join, and evaluate. And then we divide by 3, and we get 802 milliseconds. So really, it's higher than what I had said before. Yeah, Hideo, I agree with that. And I think that's why today will, when I say keep Lambda in mind, I just won't keep Lambda in mind. So players won't directly connect to game servers any longer, so there's no need to have socket connections at all. Account servers are going to connect to game servers. I need to figure out the flow for this, actually. Figure out the full flow for this. But for right now, it is bathroom time. So I'll be right back. All right. So let's plan this out. There's no need to have socket connections at all. Account servers are going to connect to game servers, figure out the full flow. So here's what I'm thinking for this. So player presses the play button. This contacts the account server and says, I want to play a game. So account servers should always be readily available and should not be doing any of the CPU work, I think. Because there's nothing stopping from an account server from just simulating a game. But then, actually, how does ELB work with it can work based on CPU usage, I think, right? How do you figure out how to balance? Health checks. Because there's, like, I know there's just round robin, there's, whatever, we should just look for this. AWS ELB, what is it, like distribution? That's not what I want. Just look at round robin. Excelsior. All right. So this is fine. I want to know this part. How does it choose which one to send it to? I'm pretty sure you can just change the scheme. Targets, configure your target group. Whatever, I just log into the console. I didn't want to do this. Fine, let's go log in. Let me turn off my camera so that I can type in passwords. Let's go get the passwords. There. Okay, so now I'm logged in. Let's take a look at how this works. This button not work anymore? Oh. EC2. Elastic load balancer. Huh. How does it... How is it determining how to route traffic? Yeah, I don't know. I do not know this. I'm not sure. Also, I wonder what happens when I search this on Google. Okay, never mind. I don't know if this matters too much. I just wanted to make sure that I could make it balanced based on CPU usage. It doesn't sound like I can. AWS ELV balance on CPU usage. Still not very clear on the algorithm. Hey, Andorn. The ELB will always distribute traffic in a round-robin manner. This is done with each request without stickiness and done on each session with stickiness. Huh. So there isn't a way to do this. Granted, this was from 2011, so they might have added something. In fact, they probably likely did that, right? Oh, scaling is when they... Okay, I see. You can tell auto scaling to terminate half of your instances over the weekend when you expect traffic to be low. Yeah, auto scaling would actually probably help out here. So you can have it load balance based on CPU usage. You can have it scale based on CPU usage. Okay. Well, I think this is fine. So this contacts the account server and says, I want to play a game. And sends the... entire game state. So now the account server contacts the matchmaker and finds someone you can play against. This is just a user ID. So now the account server contacts the database and fetches that person's defense and characteristic. Oh yeah, and fetches that person's defense. I guess it needs to sign this and send it back to you. This could cause a lot of weird issues though. Where's everybody? Chat is so quiet. I don't know. I don't know what's been going on lately. But school has started for a lot of people. That's part of it. So one of the things that I need to consider is that each defense needs to be versioned. When a player attacks your defense, chat lives and dies with Telzy. I never put those eye drops in. Should just open up a window or something. When a player attacks your defense, so that way we can accommodate this scenario. So 1, player A attacks player B, whose defense is version 1. So 2, while player A is figuring out like phase 2 of their attack, player B modifies their defense to be version 2. So now 3, player A finishes their attack. Player B should get a replay that is now invalid because their defense has changed. So they just won't even see that someone beat them. That would be really weird. Or maybe they would probably still get the... Well, that would mean that the replay would need to maintain all state. They'd probably still get the replay even if it's invalid, depending on how I form the data in the replay. Anyway, the account server contacts the database and fetches that person's defense. Given that the defense can change at any time, it needs to sign this data so that the attacker can't change it, at least. And so that we can still validate against this defense. So when it comes to fetching all of these things, I need to get every bot. Is botland deterministic? Is there a chance a player will watch a replay and see a win when it told them they were defeated? No, botland is not deterministic, and also no, there's no chance of them seeing a replay that told them it was a win when they were defeated. So the replays will be deterministic. Those are going to be only the set of actions that happened. So for example, the way that botland is not deterministic, at least right now, is there's randomness available to the user in the form of rand int, percent chance, etc., and RNG inherent to the game in the form of reflect. Reflect is, I think, the only thing right now. And if you look at the hardware constants for reflect, it's, yeah, there's a 55%, 65% chance and a 75% chance to reflect based on level. So 55% to 75% chance to reflect. So this makes the game not deterministic. You could say, hey, fire a laser at that bot, and there's no way of knowing whether it's going to reflect or not until the moment that it gets there. You could say, let's use the same random seed every time we start a game. But then there's ways you could exploit that. And anyway, you could make it deterministic if you wanted it to. I don't think there's a reason to do that. Contacts the database and fetches that person's defense. Given that the defense can change at any time, it needs to sign this data so that the attacker can't change it, and so that we can still validate against this defense. So a defense is going to be, in the future, a defense will probably be a set of bot positions, wall positions, pit positions, tower positions, and then bot data and tower data. This could just be a JSON blob that has version information. It's honestly, this is probably the best way to do it, at first at least. Just a JSON blob. So, given that I know how this is going to happen. Oh, man. This kind of sucks, but this means that I do need the account server to sign and encrypt all of the data that it sends over, because it needs to send over script information too. So the account server needs to send script information to the client as well. There could be like a send basic defense and send advanced defense. I don't know if it's worth differentiating between the two right now. So that in case the defense changes their scripts. Or, yeah, no, it'd be really weird. I think it'd be too confusing for users if you join a game like this and then you place your attack based on everything you see here and you click the play button and all of a sudden their whole defense changes. That'd be super confusing. I mean, sure, you could tell them, hey, the defender could be changing their defense at any time, but it's a weird thing, and it leads to a lot of like just strange errors. Pretty much have to assume that they're not going to be changing it. I guess another way to do this is like no, never mind. I was going to say that's it. Just minify scripts when you send them to the other players. So the encryption is so that you can't look at scripts. Yeah. And then the signing is so that you can't edit anything. And that process is going to take some time at least. It's going to be the most time consuming stuff. And that means that the account server needs to be able to... Anyway, whatever. Okay, so yeah, it needs to send script information as well in case the defense changes their script. You wouldn't want the attacker to look at a different defense from the one they initially squared up against. All right, so then the account server sends all this back to the client. The account server encrypts and signs the defense and sends it to the potential attacker. So now the attacker places their bots and says play and says like execute or something like that. So this tells the account server this contacts the account server with the entire state. Like, we could put this into a cache or something so that the client doesn't need to keep sending this blob back and forth. Just say that I won the game, even if you're not involved. Contact the account server with the entire state. And yeah. Okay. So then the account server asks the overseer to simulate all of this playing out. The overseer finds an available game server via the load balancer and gives it this chunk of work. The game server returns the resulting state. The account server signs and encrypts this and returns it back to the client. Well, no, it doesn't necessarily even do that. You know, I guess it does. Returns the resulting journal containing the set of actions. Also, whether or not the game is over and who won. The account server signs and encrypts this. So if the game is not finished, then the account server signs and encrypts the state and sends the journal unencrypted, because it doesn't matter at that point, and sends the journal unencrypted to the client. If the game did finish, then the account server just sends the journal back and the results, because the client will have the state itself. And that's it. That's the flow of everything. So this is how things are going to have to work. So let's write this down somewhere. So playing a game. So we can matchmake tonight? No, Thalsey. No, we can't. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think this makes sense. I think this should work. So the account server is going to be signing and encrypting a whole lot of stuff. That's going to be the CPU intensive part that the account server has to do. It's just a blob of data. I mean, this doesn't take very long, but it's time. So we do need multiple account servers. Now we need multiple game servers so that we can run these simulations. And the overseer is just going to be responsible for just passing these chunks of data around. And that's about it. Yeah. All right. Well, that's been written out. So players won't directly connect to game servers any longer. Yeah. There won't be a thing. And account servers don't even technically connect to the game server, do they? I don't know. I guess they could just send an IP address over. There's no reason why the account servers can't just connect directly to the load balancer. So yeah, I should cut out the overseer from this entirely. The account server asks the game server's load balancer to simulate this chunk of work. What if you made enemy scripts visible? Hear me out. Currently you see the enemy player's defense layout, no fog of war. So if you make them visible to the player intentionally, then you're expecting the player to be able to use that information. I think that it's just... Here's what I'm worried will happen, Thalsey, is that if you give the client the scripts, so if you give clients script information, then someone could write a hacked client that simulates out the whole game without telling the game server, or without telling the account server that you want to make an attempt. If that fake attempt fails, you'll just keep trying again until you find the perfect strategy. Then you'll tell the account server about your first attempt, which will be perfect. So you can't give them the guts of what's going on there. And then the other problem, of course, is that you're sharing out other people's strategies, which, like, that means that you could then copy paste their everything. So one thing that I think is kind of nice is like, okay, so a game like Hearthstone. Hearthstone is not a perfect knowledge game, but over the course of, or any card game like that, over the course of the whole game, if you see them go through their whole deck and you had a perfect memory, you can reconstruct their deck. That's supposed to be hidden from you at the beginning of the game, but at the end of the game, you know everything that they have in there. And in Botland, you can see an enemy's defense and you can kind of see what their scripts are doing, but for you to fully replicate that defense is essentially impossible unless they're doing something really basic, like they have move left and they're just running into walls or something. But if they have some complex logic, there's no way for you to know what that logic is. You can try to reconstruct it, and like that will be a really tedious process, but you won't know for sure. Because at any point in their code, they might have an if percent chance 0.00001, like do something crazy. And granted, if it's that small, you could basically say, well, it might as well not exist, right? But maybe they have something more reasonable, like if percent chance 20, then do something different from normal. Did you steal my move left bots? I did. I hacked the database. All right. So yeah, this stuff's going to have to change. And we're going to have to make an entry point so that game servers turn into just the simulation system. Then game servers only ever need to return the journal. So I think this is what needs to happen. Change game servers so that they're just simulation systems. There will be one API to them, simulate phase or something like that, that takes in all data of the game. This returns the state of the game and a journal of actions that got to that state. Well, actually, it potentially returns, like if the data that you get is for a different version of the game, I'll just write, I suppose it could also return something like invalid version. Okay, so while doing this, make sure that the client can still simulate games themselves, I guess. That way, testing your own defense works. Yeah, wow. Yeah, all right. Then, after all that's done, change the CliServe router to be able to capture all messages. All right, so what's involved in this? I can finally get to coding. I know there's a lot of planning, but I think that's necessary. Call replays memory that's stored in your CPU's RAM so that you have a lower reason to expire replays after X days. Oh. I mean, I could do that. Yeah, this whole computer analogy. I still wonder about your idea. Like, should I call people's computers botlands? I think it's a little heavy-handed. Anyway, so they're just simulation systems. There will be one API to them, simulate phase data. This returns the state of the game and a journal of actions that got to that state. So this is, there still needs to be some persistence here, but now a game server, so how does an account server even work right now to get a game server to run? There's a whole bunch of stuff. So game servers must have a REST server. They do, which only has reserve, and that's it. Yes, so there's already one API, and that's reserve. And this passes in a bunch of players. It's going to need to change to the point where it passes in the whole state. And then reserve is going to need to change. Yeah, so when I said this is going to take like a week, it's going to take a week. I don't think there's any doing this faster. Okay, so what, account servers call into this? No, not even account servers. The overseers will call into this. Let's close out everything else here. Matchmaker's gonna have to change. Okay, so right now the account server asks the overseer to reserve a game server. Alright, Delzy. This eventually calls into the cluster master's reserve game server instance. Let's take a look. So this passes in just this, the player IDs. Yeah. This just passes in player IDs. So we're going to need to follow this flow instead. So when you say I want to play a game, contacting the matchmaker and finding someone you can play against. Then we get the defense from the database. Signs and encrypts it, sends it back. Hey, Root Killer. Oh, wait a second. We can't do this. Wait, yes we can. Never mind. We can't encrypt the whole state. That's what I just realized. The only thing we need to encrypt is the scripts. So encrypts the scripts and signs the whole defense bundle and sends it to potential attackers. We can't encrypt the entire defense because then the client couldn't display it. Okay, yeah. Alright, the account server asks the game server's load balancer to simulate the chunk of work. Turns the journal, signs and encrypts the state. Encrypts the scripts again and signs the state. And sends the journal unencrypted to the client. Both unencrypted to the client. Okay, yeah, there we go. You have 1 point. Well, stay here for the rest of the day and you'll have enough points to buy one, Root Killer. Okay, so how is this going to play out then? I get better, Master. 361 hours. I will remind you and everybody else that Terraria is going to happen in 2 days. 2 days. So you can read through that page. I gotta find out exactly how I'm gonna change this. Simulate phase. Attacker places their bots and clicks execute. So this goes through the account server now, but if this is the like online way of playing it, when testing their defense, this will be the flow. So whoops. So player presses the test button. There is no contacting the account server or anything. Their defense is loaded because their defense, which they should already be displaying, is loaded as though it's another player's defense. Or, well, no, they could be playing against themselves to test it out, or they could be... Yeah, I think they would have to come up with the attack scenarios here. That way they become the attacker. Okay, so their defense is loaded as though it's another player's defense. That way they become the attacker. This is all done locally. Then they're allowed to place bots. This contacts the game server in the background. It shouldn't do that though. This was going to be so tough. Like, the client needs this. Yeah. They place bots. They place their bots. Then they contact their version of the game server to simulate the game and return the journal. They play out the journal's actions. This is a major redesign of the code base. Like, major redesign. What's going to be in charge of you placing bots? Should this be done on the client version of the arena? Should there even be a client version that matters? I think it should just be in the shared arena, if possible. This is tough. This is really tough. Yeah, and I think man, I thought I was done designing some of the code for now, but I guess I'm not. I can't start working on this until I know more about what I'm doing here. I need to figure this out. So yeah, when you place a bot right now, what's happening is the client is running its own game server simulation essentially. So when you place a bot, it's telling the game server class that, yeah, place it. And the game server is telling you, okay, I placed it. So it's doing what would have been needed in a real-time game. But now that's going to have to change. So now the client can place it, and it should know the rules entirely without having to contact its game server class at all. But it needs to go through the same checks that the game server would have to anyway. So let's take a look at the code and see what's happening here. When you place a bot, well, when you click some part of the arena, it goes into this. So go through all bots and see what you tapped. Publish out a debug place bot. Yeah. The game is started and be owned by player. Is there more to this? No. Oh, because we have another one here to place bots. Yeah, and this publishes this out. Where does this get caught? There's the subscribe. It's in the client, and it's in main, and it's stop dragging blueprint, which eventually contacts the server and tells it that we want to create a bot. Okay. Yeah. So I think that the client should still use that same setup. All right, let's take a look then. So yeah, what I'm trying to reconcile right now, and I'll just write this down. What I'm trying to reconcile right now in the design is that the game server should really only have one API, simulate game phase or whatever. Anyway, simulate game. But I still need game server classes like arena to be accessible on the client. I think there's nothing to actually reconcile here. I think this is just fine. I think it's okay to have things work this way. So yeah, we've got to get to the point where you place bots, then this is still done via the game server version of the arena. They bundle a state and contact to the account server, but they contact their version of the game server. Yeah, okay, so this is how I think it's gonna work. All right, that makes sense. So now it's just a matter of coding it, right? Not so easy to do that. So let's read through the flow here. Contacts the account server and says, I want to play a game. So cool. We get the defense, we place our bots, we click execute, and then we have to send the entire state over to the account server. Yeah, so we need to be able to, I guess that's the first part. The client needs to be able to take the entire state of the arena and bundle it up. And I don't have APIs for this right now. I have some of them. This is what I'm going to have to start out with coding. So this is eventually going to be needed by the account server to, well, this is eventually going to be needed by the game server so that it can simulate a game. So it needs to contain everything. So this is going to be all bot locations, all bot scripts. This state actually could get very large then. Your scripts could just be IDs and then the account server could fetch it, but there's no real reason to do that. Oh, with LZ. This doesn't necessarily have to include your own, but it probably should in case yours change. Well, if it doesn't, then the account server, this should include your own so that the game server doesn't have to fetch any extra information. Hey, Long. That's gonna increase the size of this. But again, that's just the cost here. So all bot locations. So I'll just say all bot data. This is scripts, position, like color, cosmetics, hardware. I think that's everything that makes a bot. And owner, that sort of thing, I guess. And so these need to be like the real IDs of the players. Make sure to use the real IDs of the players. We could pass in the, let's see, owner is really what, like ID, name, and then there's also a name of the bot. So that's all bot data, then all tower data. No, ideally this would reference, this is gonna be a lot. All tower data. Position, type. There's going to be life here too. Life/max life. Basically, whenever I look at any bot in the arena right now, it's just going to contain almost all of those things. Let's just take a look at that. So debug main, do we have that? No. We got to refresh the page. Let's close all these other tabs. So this should be a bot. Yeah. Okay, so it has an ID. The bot itself has an ID. Hey, Merplex. Let's just .toString this. It'll give us everything. There. Alright, so yeah, we need all of this stuff, I think. So we have health, that is done. ID, that's done. Name, that's done. Is bot, we kind of know that it's a bot, I guess. One per tile, owned by player. Yeah, hardware, cosmetics, the position. It's waypoint I don't have, but it's color, it's code. Yeah. But that's not even all of it. It's any extra components as well. Extra state. Is the bot on fire? Does the bot have a shield? So it's going to be just serialize the entity. And I guess that's really all we need to do here. Just serialize all the entities in the arena in such a way that they can be rebuilt on the other side. Have you made binary conversion yet? Like using array buffers for the packets instead of JSON? No, I haven't. And I don't think that's something worth doing just yet. So yeah, this is going to be all entities. So this is not really a checklist. This just needs to serialize all entities in such a way that they have exactly the information, so that in such a way that the game server eventually has all of the information it needs. So anything like script, so this code component, for example, I'm not serializing that right now, but that will need to be serialized. This is going to change so much of the game. So much of it. So the only way for the client to do this is using its game server class. So the client should do this via its server/arena.js class. Okay, well, we have that class. We just need it to work. So we're going to make something like serialize entire arena. There is no serialize function here, is there? There probably isn't. It's very hard to tell unless I have a bunch of spaces before this. Yeah, there isn't. Will this not impact CPU load due to the actual length of the player script? The length shouldn't affect the CPU time so much, because the only thing we actually need to do with the scripts, well, I guess you do need to execute them at some point, but I don't see it being a big problem, and either way, that's just inherent to the game, right? So there's no way around that problem. Like, players can write scripts can be long, so you need to execute long scripts sometime. There's no way to improve that. I mean, there are like a bunch of little things I could probably do to optimize it later. Like, if a player, I don't know, yeah, it doesn't really matter. And actually, I don't know, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. And at the end of all of this, we're going to have to time things. It's probably going to take, I really hope by the end of all of this, it's not taking more than a few hundred milliseconds to simulate a game. Even if it took up to 1 second, I guess that's fine. We just need more game servers in that case. So serialize. This serializes all entities in this arena. So all non-dead entities, I guess. I'll just say all living entities. It's a better way of saying that. All right. So what we should be able to do is something like this. Const entity serialized entities equals an array. And we go through each of our entities that we have here. So for let entity ID index.entities, serialized entities e.push entity.serialize, and we serialize it with certain flags. I think the owner flag, whatever that is, constants.entity serialization flags.owner. Yeah. And then we just return this. All right, there's our function. Now, this is almost certainly not what we need. We need a little bit more than that. Is it you, Amy? Please tell me it's you. All right, let's try this out. So we call into this, and we just call serialize. And we get an array, this whole bundle of stuff. So this should be done in such a way that we can just stringify everything. No, it's already JSON. We do need to stringify it though at some point. Let's try this. JSON.stringify all of that. Cool. So here's the whole arena state that we have. How large is this? It is 6 kilobytes. So there are a lot of ways that I can speed this up. So for example, players, the colors of each player are stored in every single bot. There's no reason to do that. And yes, I know Eminem. But guess who's back, Kappa, does not indicate that you're talking about Eminem. If you said back again, then yes, I would have known. In as small an object as possible. Change JSON serialization to shorten field names. So that's something that I should do eventually, yes. But right now it's that there's duplicate data in here. So like I said, the color pairs, for example, this object shows up like 11 times. And there's no reason to do that. So what I should do is I should extract out everything here. Yeah, actually, that does come to my mind too, Ramy. So I don't know why I said what I did. Yeah, anything we've already seen before, we should form these lookup objects. Leaves chat. Oh, fine. And even how I serialize bots, this could be made better, I think, but then it's not as generic. One per tile, owned by team. Yeah, tile X, tile Y is in the physics component. Yeah, I think we can change a lot of this. Upgrade ID, ticket regenerate. Ticket regenerate. CPU shouldn't have upgrades. Wow. Alright. I guess I just never got rid of those. So CPU assemblage should just get rid of these upgrade components. I didn't even realize. You can only serialize entities which are changed turn to turn also. No, I have to serialize them all because there's no guarantee that they go back to the same game server. So in this case, the game servers are going to be totally stateless. Hey again, Syntonic. I'm guessing you're back at home. Yeah. Okay. So upgrade ID. Yeah, a lot of this stuff can be simplified. So one potential solution is to keep track of any components that are common to many bots, e.g. player colors or even scripts. Back in Boston. I feel like nothing has changed in a coffee shop again. So the other thing, man, I'm not even serializing code components. Yeah, this just returns null. But it would have to know not only the original code, but the original script ID. That way I'm only serializing all of these once. Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty tough. I think there are enough very large changes here. I also think that it might not be worth doing this at first. Maybe this is optimizing before I need to, before it's necessary. Yes, objects will just be huge at first. And that's it. And honestly, gzipping this should fix a lot of it. Like if I put this, if I save this as a text file, let's just save it here, test.txt. This is going to be a 6 kilobyte file. Yeah, so 6 kilobytes, and then I zip it. It's going to be much smaller. Yeah, 1 kilobyte. In fact, 649 bytes. So this actually does a better job than I could probably ever do with this anyway. Not a better job. I could probably come up with something better, but because I know what the data is. But yeah, objects will use it first. Gzipping these should drastically cut down on space, given the repetition. Okay, so let's just pretty much ignore all that stuff. So let's see what we don't have in here. So this is a JSON blob. So this is a JSON blob that we need to make sure we got all of these things in. So health is there. There's life and max life. ID is there. Is CPU 1 per tile? Yeah, that's fine. Owned by team. So position is there. Waypoint would be there if we had it. Color. Where's a bot? Here it is. So yeah, waypoint is there. Color is there, definitely. Cosmetics, yep. Hardware, yep. Name. Where's name? No name. But it has a name. It just happens to be no name. Owner is there. So I guess part of this is make sure to use the real IDs of the players. That's gonna be another thing I gotta change. And scripts, make sure we've got our own script. We don't actually have the script information. And then extra state, we've got all that. So why didn't I name my health variable life? Hey Kazoos. Yeah, what did you name it? Health. I mean, that's fine, right? It's not like you named it something excessively long or, I don't know, esoteric. Annoying to type. You could always just make it HP. Harry Potter. How many Harry points do you have? So make sure to use the real IDs of the players. This is not currently being done, and then the scripts aren't being serialized either. And yeah, Jupiter. Syntonic was... he actually visited me here, but that's not why he came over. But I don't know if he wants to share that. But yeah, we got sushi together. It was delicious. Okay, so scripts. Right now, code component wasn't serialized because there was no need to serialize it. We could just serialize it. So yeah, let's do that. So let's go to health component and do things pretty much the same way. HP is already a variable for something else. Okay. So we have the original code. That sort of thing can be changed eventually. The user written code after I've been run through the software validator. So what do we even use the original code for? That's it. That's the only place we use this, is save bot for redeploy. So I guess we just don't need the original code. Ah, this is gonna be annoying. So return original code is just gonna be quotation marks, I guess. Hey, Olo. Validated code will be this dot validated code. Bot specific namespace. Do we even need this? I don't know. Let's just put it in. Root Killer, how did you get another 25 points? How did this happen? Oh. Gift Root Killer 24. I see. You've gotten 50 points today. Do you think you'll do server-side rendering at some point? I don't think I can avoid it. It seems pretty important for SEO. I'm putting it off for as long as possible. No, I don't think I'm going to. Do I prefer Verlet or Euler integration? I don't even know Merplex. I haven't done calculus in forever. Okay, so this is all going to need to change. Ran init, etc. All this stuff. All this is going to have to change. And this needs to be done in such a way that the server doesn't need to trust the client with any of this. Like script information, for example. Yeah. This is going to fail. What's your favorite shape? Oh, yeah, I definitely had not been asked that before. So the encrypted state, which is the script, needs to be sent back to the account server. So wait a second. The entire state, it's gonna be, there's gonna be a set of data that the user was able to provide, and we care about that, I suppose. Yeah. Darn it. That's gonna make this a little bit harder. As is, still signed and still encrypted and signed. The only state that the client has control over is their own bots and position, type, waypoints, whatever else. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some more water. Do you know any programs to build React code? Because React needs to be transpiled, and Webpack is very unintuitive for me. Is there anything more user-friendly? So you don't need to transpile React. There's a way of doing it that fits into JavaScript. And I would just say look up Webpack tutorials, because I think that's the best way to go. You'll save yourself a lot of time in the long run. This is going to be bonkers. This is just going to be bonkers. Like, the client taking the entire game state and bundling it up is not actually something it needs to do. Yeah, this is just crazy. So the client only needs to be able to take the state that it influenced and bundle it up. This includes all entities that it controls, which is just bots. Oh, but it's also their scripts. And so then we need to validate all this on the server before we use it. I guess the code's going to be validated automatically. What about this stuff? So original code, validated code. We can't send the validated code. We have to send the original. Yeah, it's going to be very annoying. You're very annoying. There's a whole lot to do. That's all. I just got to keep chugging away at this. It's gonna take at least a week until everything's back in shape. So this, well, it's the client that it's. How do we even say this? Serialize client entities. Serializes the state of anything that the client has impact over. So for us, we can always this is gonna be tough, guys. Yeah, because there's so many moving pieces here, and I can't do just one part of this system. As soon as I do any part of it, I'm going to break the entire system, and it's not until like an entire week from now that I get the system back together. So that's why, like I said, there's just a major redesign of the code base. All right, so first we need to get all the entities that are owned by just that player. So serialize, so we pass in the player ID. Excuse me, and what players do we even have? So, player depot. We have two players, player 0 and player 1. So we could pass in a player here, but let's just pass in the player ID. So const owner equals this dot player depot dot get player by ID, player ID. Then we check to see if entity util dot is entity owned by player. So if this entity is owned by this player, then we serialize it and return that. There you have it, root killer. Okay, so this serializes just the client's entities. Let's go try that out. So when I do this at first, it should return nothing because I don't have any entities. And then, where is it? Serialize 0. Arena.serialize is not a function. Why? Oh, it's called serialize client entities. Yeah, so it returned nothing. That's what we expected. Now I'm going to put down any entity, like that one, for example, and now we're going to serialize it, and we should get a bunch of stuff. So we do. So let's stringify that. So here is what we got out of this. This is exactly what I expect. We put down a bot with max life. It had a certain ID. Actually, this ID doesn't matter at all. Does it? Later. Oh, it's more changes we're going to have to make. I should write all this down. When the game server simulates a game, use the real IDs that the client specified. But that means that the original state needs to have a bunch of IDs that were specified. Obnoxious. This means that the initial state that the client gets needs bot IDs that it won't assign for itself. Make sure the real IDs assigned aren't also assigned to defender bots or tower defender entities, I guess I should say. Make sure the real IDs assigned aren't duplicated. Yeah, so this ID, we need to know what this is, and it needs to say the same. So we're going to just need to validate it later. The name we don't really care about. The client can change it all they want. That's only going to represent, that's only going to show up for them. So like, I don't care about that. Name is bot. Yeah, that's fine. One per tile, that's fine. Player ID, who owns it? Basically, everything that the client has access to is going to be owned by their player ID. So we don't even need to send this over. Yeah, there's going to be like client state that we send over. And that means we're probably going to need to change the serialized functions that we have. change serialize functions of entities of components so that they know whether it's client controlled or not. For example, if we're serializing all of the client state in order to send it to the server, then there's no need to include the player information because the account server will already have that. This is crazy. In fact, that's also a reason to not have scripts there. Because the account server could fetch this. Where do we store scripts? MySQL. Show tables. Oh, we have a scripts table. Okay, so then it's not as simple as just getting it with the user data. Okay, got it. Well, it could be. It basically comes down to, do I want to put strain on the database or on bandwidth? What? Telzy? No, there's no way to donate. Hideo says, wouldn't it be faster to fetch them though? So the way I see this is scripts. The client already has these and could just bundle it and send it to the server. This takes more bandwidth, or the account server could fetch these from the database. This strains the database more. So I think I'd rather have the client send them. Also, I think another reason why is because they'll compress very well. If you take any normal botland script, like let's just use this pre-made one. And let's convert it to JavaScript. And now let's save this in a file. Let's save it here. So this is 1436 bytes. When we zip this code, it becomes 613 bytes. So yeah, there's like a 50% savings. But if I zip all of the scripts at once, it would probably be a lot more because there's going to be like tons of reused APIs. Who's sending the script to the client? Couldn't you reuse the results of the request and cache them? So here's the flow that I described here. I'll comment on this again after I've read the rest of chat, because that way you can read some of this too at least. Oh yeah, 11 kazoos. There's something like that in, I think, Oregon as well. So Hideo, the way that this is going to work is there are two different kinds of scripts. One is attacker scripts and the other is defender scripts. So attacker scripts are totally controlled by the client, and the account server and the game server just has to validate that these are like syntactically correct. The defender scripts are hidden, encrypted, so that the client can't investigate them or can't discover details about them, and used by the game server, and I guess decrypted by the game server. So the attacker, I think, should send them. That way they don't need to worry about like changing them for the account server or not. I think this is fine. So let's see. We're serializing the entities, and the entities look like this. Where did my... Yeah, this thing. Alright, we have a slot configuration. That's going to need to be validated. The cosmetics loadout. This does need to be validated. Does the player actually own these items? That's going to be annoying. Yeah, it's going to be annoying. Hey, Fade. And hey, EJ. RIP ITT Tech. What happened? Shutting down all campuses nationwide. What? Devastating federal sanctions announced that all campuses will be closing. Wow, I'm gonna have to read about this. How's the progress looking today? Well, there are some pretty monumental coding tasks ahead of me, so I don't think progress today is gonna be great. I mean, I've got another, like, let's say 4.5 hours of coding, but at the end of the day, I don't think there's gonna be like, oh yeah, the game's playable or anything. Yeah, so we've got to validate cosmetic loadout. Make sure they're not trying to use hardware or cosmetics that they haven't unlocked. Did I try out Lambda? No, I decided against it. I wrote down why. I said I think that in order to even test everything out to compare prices, that I need to spend several days optimizing for a particular scenario. And I already have some infrastructure, so I'm just going to use that. I did some basic number crunching with a lot of estimation, and I think Lambda would save money probably, assuming I could even get it to run in the short term. But I think in the long term, it's probably best to just have compute focused instances. But I think there's so much to do. Like, part of this is, I don't know, we should just skip over some of these things, I think. What else do we have here? Physics waypoint color. Yeah, color. Make sure their colors are their player colors. So entity serialization flags, I think I should either say client or server. But when do I ever need to serialize it as on the server? So I guess when you put down a bot, it sends everything to you that you might need as a, yeah, okay. If we're serializing all of the server state in order to send it to the client, then they don't need to know about code, for example. That's not a very important reason. Oh yeah, EJ, there was... Oh yeah, Delsey already said it. Let me go start this up. So set Dropbox, OAuth. And no, it's not Atomart, it's RealArt. Alright, so BL Tools Cosmetics run. Alright, so check it out. We got octopus. Yeah. So there's the octopus art. Then, and like, you can see some different colors of that too. So pretty cool. Then there's the Omega art. So this is now the default bot. And then finally there is V8 art. There. And so this one's not totally finished yet. But yeah, when you randomize them all, now you can get a lot of very different bots here. So there's some cool stuff. And yeah, in the game now, when you refresh the page and you go over to try to customize bots, when you have no cosmetics on a bot now, so I have nothing on here, it's the Omega bot by default. And then when you finally put wasp stuff on, it'll turn into a wasp again. But thankfully, it's not a wasp by default. So yeah, you can customize it. You said what? V8 is a boat? It kind of looks like a boat, I guess. How do you call a function within a JS class from the JS class? So if you're talking about an instance function, not a static function, then just say this dot foo. So we can have this bot. This looks, I don't know if I like that torso with this. Let's try this wacky torso. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird stuff you can make. How's that a V8 while it has 6 cylinders? I mean, we don't have to call it V8. I think that was just the name. Where is this thing? V8. And then let's just move the headpiece off into nowhere. So yeah, that's how. There's your answer. Oh wait, no, never mind. Those aren't cylinders. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. I think I think you just have to kind of run with it. We could call it V6. Octoboat. Okay. So we have all this validation. No V shape. I'm just gonna give you Void and Dorn. Alright. So yeah, I think we need to change this. I think that's the only way that this can work. And I think then, like, do I even have a plan right now? It needs to be able to take the entire game state and bundle it up. This is eventually going to be needed by the game server. The client only needs to be able to take the state that it influenced and bundle it up. And then the client needs to be able to pass over the rest of the state untouched. This means when done locally, we should set encrypted false in the object. Alright, see you, root killer. This is eventually going to be needed by the game server so it can simulate a game. So the client needs to be able to take the state that it influenced and bundle it up. This includes entities they controlled. Yeah. Should use the real IDs of the players. This isn't actually needed. But your own scripts are needed. So scripts, send these over so that the account server doesn't have to fetch them from the database. Yeah, and so this whole part about like not sending over player IDs. What is this? Yeah. Change serialized functions so that we're not sending certain things over. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all this stuff needs to be done. Lost in the sauce? There are real people that watch Twitch. Have I met someone in real life who watches Twitch who didn't watch because of me? I don't know. I guess a few people actually. Yeah. But yeah, it's not common for me to find people who watch Twitch. That's probably just like has to do with who you correspond with, I guess. There are dozens of us. People who watch Twitch. All right, I I can do this part. I can change this. I think changing entity serialization flags is going to be something that's like relatively pervasive in the code base. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh no, a lot of these are just function arguments, so we don't have to worry about those. Oh, this isn't so bad. 73 matches and we can ignore like 30 of them probably. Okay, yeah, this shouldn't be too bad. Alright, I'm gonna go use the bathroom again. I'm drinking too much water. And then yes, when I get back, we'll change the serialization code around greatly. Still not sure it was weird. Brew Killer, what did you think about? Alright, so let's go gut the code base. Hooray, hooray, hooray. So enemy ally owner, I don't think we're going to have this anymore. So when serializing an entity, we want to send different information depending on who we're sending it to. So for example, if we're serializing on the client to send to the server, then the server doesn't need to know our player ID. It needs to know that it's owned by a player, though. That's going to be part of the issue here. I don't know. I'm not sure how I should change this because the server can always choose to reject certain information here. It would still have to validate it. So we get... Wait, life. Yeah, like life is going to have to be ignored, right? How are we going to send that across? That's going to be in the signed state. Yeah. So really, the only client state that matters is position. Yeah, maybe I'm doing this in a bad way. The only state that the client can influence is bot position, bot hardware, bot script, and bot waypoint. Everything else you can't influence. Position, hardware, script, and waypoint. Wait, what, EJ? They added a creative button? Is that this? Wow. Where am I in here? game dev. Wow, I like never look through this. But there I am. Cool. All right, so since this is the only state that they can influence, that's probably what I should be working on. Yeah, so we need a way to identify the bot. So then this isn't as tough as I thought, I think. I'll control Z out of this, because I don't think that matters. And I think serializing the entities also doesn't matter. You can only influence bots, so let's just change how bots work. So serialized bots. So if it's owned by a player and entity that has component. So if it's a bot that's owned by you, then we need to extract what? The position, hardware, so all of this stuff, and the ID. Position, hardware, and ID. Yeah. Serialized entity dot tile x equals. So let's get the physics component. Okay, so there's the position. Now the hardware. The hardware is what? A hardware component, I guess? Slot configuration, and we just serialize that? Why is this hit but not this switch below? Probably because res is an object and you can't switch on objects. What happens when you do that? Obj equals, wait, what is it, an array? If res has a dot length, then that means it's an object. So yeah, you can't switch on it. You can only switch on integers and strings. Right, so switch hello. Does this work? Yeah, but switch on an object. Oh, it allows you to do it. I don't know what the syntax is for that. I'm pretty sure JavaScript switch only works on integers and strings. Right? Oh, it actually evaluates the expression. Interesting. Yeah, so you could have it be like switch true, case true, console.log, hello. Oh, interesting. So you can switch on anything you want. You just need to be able to compare the result. Okay, so you actually could switch on this. And check it out. That means that you can do something like this. You could say A equals an object of like x5. And then when you switch A, you could say case A console.log hello. And that should work. Yeah. So you can switch on objects. It's just not something you should ever do because it doesn't make any sense. Huh. Interesting. I learned something today. I mean, this is, like I said, not something you should ever do because that makes no sense. Because you're just checking a quality, but you happen to be using an if statement for that. Okay, so what I could do here, how do you serialize? Yeah, I should do this a slightly different way. I might as well serialize the components. It doesn't make sense to do it any other way, I think. So let's refresh this page. Let's try this out. So I put down an entity and I get that particular entity. Where are you, particular entity? There. So there we have it. Now from this entity, let's do get component physics, and then let's serialize that. And we get an object with tile X and tile Y. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so let's use that. So then how does entity.serialize work? We serialize it with the name, don't we? Yeah, we do. Serialized component.name equals component name. Okay, so physics equals physics component dot serialize. Done. All right, now what else do we need? We need the hardware. So get component hardware. Hardware. Let's make sure that's the right name. Yeah. And serialize entity dot hardware equals hardware component dot serialize. Hardware component. Yep, just has an unconditional serialize. So next we need this script. So we're going to say serialized entity dot code equals, and we need the original code here so that it can be validated. Now the way that we get the original code is not super straightforward. We have to unmunge the code, which means we need a code component. So get component code component, done. And then waypoint. So waypoint component serialize dot waypoint equals waypoint component dot serialize. It's really just another physics component, just without a width and a height. But we need to serialize it as though it's the owner. That actually is pretty important, huh? Okay. And finally, the ID. Done. Okay, now we push this entire thing. And now we take a look. So we should have just the set of state that the client can impact and can be trusted with because it's what the client wants as a strategy. So we put down a bot, let's say up here, and then we serialize everything. And it says serialized entities is not defined. Whoops, it's called serialized bots now. Okay, well, let's try that again. So connect, play, got nothing. Now we should have something. And this should contain everything that we need. Yeah. So we have tile X, tile Y, we have the hardware, we have the code, we have the waypoint, and we have the ID. Perfect. So that's everything you can modify as a player. That is pretty good. Okay. Yeah, so that's been done. That's all of the entities too. So if I have another entity here and I put it down and then I serialize this. Yeah, and this other entity has code. Now the problem is that we are duplicating data again. So as you can see here, there's actually there doesn't happen to be duplicated data here. But if I put down multiple of these bots, it's going to just copy paste their scripts a million times, which is a waste of space. Yeah. So yeah, we have the same code showing up here multiple times. And every time it shows up, it's a waste of however many bytes this is. Yeah, 400 bytes. Excuse me. So that's something that we could condense ourselves. I could make like a lookup map here. But again, that's an optimization for the future, I think. So I'll say to do, this should ideally cut down on space used by referring to reuse scripts in a separate object. Yeah, cool. So then all of this is set. So now we have all of the client state. Now it needs to be able to pass over the rest of the state totally untouched, which means that when it first connects and learns what the defense is, it's going to have to save that somewhere. How do you transform that block of text into nested JSON? Yeah, there's some plugin that I'm using for that. I'm not sure what it's called. Pretty JSON. So it is this. github.com/ whatever. I'll just type this out for you. DZ this sublime pretty. There. Yeah, it's pretty helpful to do that too. So client needs to be able to pass over the rest of the state untouched. We don't have that right now. And I'll write why we do what I just did there. The reason we send the code. So we have to send the original code so that it can be validated, because we don't trust the client to send already validated code. So that's number one. We have to send the original code, and the reason we don't just pull this from the database is to save on database resources. Instead, we pay the cost in bandwidth. Yeah. No problem, Olo. No problemo. Okay, so this function should be fine. We're getting the client state. Now what we need to do, so I guess this is pretty much done. This doesn't need to be done yet. I don't think we need to do this yet. Eventually they shouldn't exist anymore though. Okay, let me write this down. Yeah. So let's take a look at this. Get rid of anti-serialization flags entirely, most likely. This may not be possible because, for example, the client doesn't want to show waypoint data of defender bots. However, yeah, darn it. Saving and defense needs a whole bunch of validation around it too. Validate defenses. Make sure players are only modifying parameters that they have access to. E.g., they're not trying to serialize bots that start with shields. So, however, the client shouldn't even be getting that information to begin with. Okay, so let's scroll back up to here. So I've got the client state now. This stuff is done. The client needs to be able to pass over the rest of the state untouched. Now we don't have that. Like client main, I guess what I should do is write something like bundle entire game state. So the first thing that we do here is we say const client arena state equals this dot simulation server dot arena dot serialize client entities, and we have the player ID. I don't think that's necessary, but fine, we can use that. And we need what? We need to check if this exists. That seems a little ridiculous. My player. Docket ID. I think it's fine. Okay. So there's a client arena state. What we're going to return eventually is going to be like client arena state and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, so what I've been working on, so the last, I mean, Syntonic, you know this, but for anyone who's new to the stream or anything, for the last couple of months, I've been changing the game design from something that was a real-time game around automation, which I think inherently doesn't work, to a game that's more indirect PvP, where this player over here has set up their defense ahead of time, and they're not even present during the game right now. So what I'm trying to get to work is, right now, if you try simulating the game, it goes super fast and finishes simulating it entirely. We need to have a playback system that can be done at any point in the future, not immediately, and also at whatever rate you want it to be at. And also one other thing, not that people probably care too much, but I got some new artwork. So now let's show you. It's just a bad idea for me to use random when I'm trying to show artwork off. So here's the new default bot. It's the Omega bot. And you've got the majority of the color is the primary color. There's only the eyeball and the little like roller blade wheels that have the secondary color. So there's that. There's also octopus. Boop, boop, boop. So there's that one. Also, you got a bunch of colors. And then finally, there's the V8 bot, whose name is hotly contested. And there we go. So yeah, and you can always randomize any parts of these that you want to build them up in cool ways. Change your colors, do whatever else you want. So yeah, I think a lot of these look pretty good now. I think there's enough variety, and I also like the basic bot that you get. So this one, for example, you put this down. This is what a lot of players are going to have in the arena because it's just the one you start with. And as you build up more and more pieces, more cosmetic pieces, you will be able to start dropping them in. So maybe the first thing you get is like the wasp body. And now your bot looks like this. Not the greatest. Probably wouldn't want to make that combination. Maybe if you got a different head, it would look a little bit better. But yeah, combine this stuff in any way you want. Yeah. All right. So client arena state. Now we also need the rest of the state. So where is this even loaded in? We have some way of like loading in a defense. You can scrub through all the turns. Oh, I never thought about that. But no, I probably won't have that. Because I don't think there's enough of a reason to do that. And that would mean that I would need to be able to undo state, which I probably won't be doing. So yeah, replays will basically just be a set of actions and times, and maybe you could speed up how fast it plays out. But I don't think you'll be able to go back in time to part of the replay. There's no reason I can't make the system do that. I just don't see a reason to do that. I think replays should take about like 10 or 15 seconds to watch at whatever pace they play out at. Is it the client's going to need to have to adjust this? Yeah, whatever. All right, so the state that we have. So when we load into defense, let's go take a look. So we have this import defense. We have all the serialized data. This data, whatever this is, needs to be saved off. So we need to know what this is. Maybe you can analyze environment variables in state at certain turns. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, remember, you're going to be the defender in the case where you're watching replays. And in that case, you might want to know what your bots are doing, but you could just test your own defense and try it out. So I'm not sure. Yeah, it might be helpful for some people, but I think it'd be a lot of work to do that. So yeah, right now importing a defense happens on the server. Wait, I got this. Hubayaku. That's what I said I'm going to call you. That's what I'm calling you now. How's it going, Hubayaku? I thought you could analyze your attacks that have failed. No. So if your attack fails, it's failing over the course of 3 phases. So you'll see it as it's failing. Like you'll put down your bots and then you'll see this is going to play out in hyperspeed, but you'll see it play out in normal speed and you'll be like, "Oh, I got destroyed." And I got destroyed because like my bots weren't doing what they're supposed to, or I got fired at by lasers or something like that. So yeah, you'll be able to react to it, and then in phase 2, you'll be like, okay, let's try these bots out, and they'll be like, oh, those did a lot better. Yeah, cool. So let's stick with those, and we should win. And there, yeah, I won. So attacks that have failed are something you're present for. So you're like you're watching them fail. So yeah, having a replay of that, I think I wasn't planning on doing that actually. Wasn't planning on having replays for attackers. Happens on the server. It will have to go through the client at some point to get to the server. It was quite obvious he got destroyed even without slowing it down. I don't know what these bots are even doing. They have, what, teleport, melee, and zapper? Yeah, so if I put down a bunch of them, I should eventually succeed. Yeah, see that? I won. Except for that time. I didn't win that time. Pretty cool to watch this play out in hyperspeed. It's like watching a hot knife through butter. They just carve through the defense and then kill the CPU. And apparently none of the artillery lands. That's probably not supposed to happen. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen. We'll have to fix that at some point. So the client needs to be able to pass over the rest of the state untouched. So right now, importing defense happens on the server. It'll have to go through the client at some point to get to the server. This could either be an encrypted defense, in which case... No, not totally encrypted, though. This could either contain encrypted scripts, in which case you can't simulate the defense on your own machine, or unencrypted scripts, in which case you're, I don't know, playing against yourself, your own defense. It's gonna be crazy. How do you expect the deviation is playing out? Like if you play a game 10 times with the exact same setup, what are the odds of it turning out different than before? So the odds are based on, I think, really only one thing at this point, and that's just literal randomness that you have in your scripts. So in this case, I have no script, so it's using the figure it out script, and I think the figure it out script is partially random. I think down here somewhere. No, this part's not random. Okay, so one part of randomness is this, I guess, which is if you have EMP, but I'm not using that. So let's see, what are the enemy bots using? They have just the figured out script. Yeah, so I guess I'm wrong about that. So the only other form of randomness that... Yeah, there shouldn't be any though, darn it. I'm not sure. I think this could be a bug with artillery right now. That's the only thing I could think of. And the bug is that artillery is sometimes hitting and sometimes not. And when it hits, it's obviously changing the state of the arena. Like some bots might die. Hey, Blueberry King. Huh. Because, yeah, it is playing out slightly differently and shouldn't be ideally. Okay. I have to go through the client at some point to get to the server. So it could contain encrypted scripts or unencrypted scripts. So I think what this is supposed to say at this point is let's figure out where import defense is being called. It must be from, oh, I know what it's done from. Fetch defense. So yeah, we do have a way to do this. Oh, interesting. So actually, when you type in a user's name, it already goes through the account server. Right now, it's sending everything unencrypted. So we'll need to work out the encryption and the signature of this. I'm not sure what the best way to encrypt it is, because what I care about is that it's encrypted and that it's fast. I could use the same thing I use for passwords, where I salt and then I hash the entire script state. That would make it basically impossible to read, but then the encryption process would take like 7 milliseconds. It's probably too much for this. I'll have to test that out. Test out encrypting large blobs of script. How long does it take? If I salt plus hash, I shouldn't need like 10k iterations for this. Yeah. Yeah, so it's sending everything unencrypted. So we need to have some of the state be encrypted and some not be encrypted. Where is the flow that I wrote down here? So contacts a matchmaker, contacts a database, fetches that person's defense. Given that defense can change at any time, it needs to sign this data. And it needs to encrypt. It needs to encrypt the script. So, yeah. Yeah. How is the server encrypting passwords right now? PB, password-based key derivation function 2. Where is this thing being used? Here, hash and salt password. Okay, that's yeah, so we need to save the hash ourselves. We can't do things this way. Yeah, we can't do things this way. Because the client will have everything that was encrypted and there won't be any state. So the way we need to do this instead is by having we need a public key, private key kind of thing. In this case, how are we going to do this? Encryption needs to be done with a secret key because the state is all passed through the client. Are you saying I'm being salty, Ramy? I don't feel dejected. I just feel like there's a lot of work to do, and I feel like it's going to be a long process with probably a lot of stumbling points too. Granted, that's the name of the game. Can't really be a programmer and do everything right the first time, but yeah, I'm not sure how long this will all take. Like I said, I estimate about a week. Encryption needs to be done with a secret key because the state is all passed through the client, so we can't just send the hash from pdkdf2 through the client. Why do you even need to encrypt? So the client can't get the scripts. And I wrote this down somewhere else. Anyway, it's so that the client can't get the scripts, and that's for two reasons. And I'm going to write this down over here somewhere. Oh, I see, Remy. Got it. All right, let's write this. The reason we encrypt scripts at all, one is that the client shouldn't be able to know the defense. Anything in JavaScript, the client can see whatever's stored anywhere. Yeah, which is why it's never going to be stored anywhere. Like you'll never have unencrypted script data on the client unless it's your own, in which case you wrote it. So like you obviously know what you wrote. So the client shouldn't be able to know the defense's script tactics. And then the other reason, and this is probably the more important reason, so I'll put it first, is, well, I guess I have to put it second because it's based on this. But if the client did know the script, even if it didn't care about tactics, then they would be able to simulate attacks on the defender and change their strategy without having to tell the account server. That way they could almost always win in 1 to 2 phases. So yeah, EJ, the way that this is going to work is like this. The account server is going to encrypt scripts, sign the whole bundle, and then send it to the client. So now the client is going to have some data that looks like this. Scripts, encrypted blob, and then like state of the game. So this is unencrypted positions, colors, hardware, etc. And so account server sends this to the client. Cool. So now here's everything. And this is signed so that the client can't change it. If I have the encrypted script and I have access to the code, I can find it. No, you don't have access to the code though. So that's what I'm drawing out right here is now the client injects their own state. So now you have that same blob from the account server. In fact, let's just call this like account server blob. Okay, so there's this. Actually, I probably should have put this, I guess, over here. Let's just say this. So there's the account server blob, and that gets sent to the client, and this is signed. So now the client injects their own state. So now it's like client blob equals account server blob. This is maintained exactly. This is signed, so the account server will know if it was modified. And then it'll also inject something like attack positions and whatever else. So, blah. Okay, great. Now, the account server takes this client blob and sends it to a game server. The game server decrypts everything, validates it all, and then runs the game simulation. So that's the key point here, is that the clients have script information, but it's encrypted and it's signed. So you can't change it and you can't get any details about it. The client doesn't even use this information though. It just passes it right back to the account server so that when you play on a game, the game server can decrypt everything and then use it. So at no point do you actually know what the scripts contain or care, because you're not using the scripts. The only things you care about are like where are you going to attack, like what are your scripts, etc. Is never send the scripts to the client. Yeah, but you can't do that because at any point you'll run into this situation where player A attacks player B, and then player A finished like phase 1, and now player B modified their defense. So now they might have changed their scripts or deleted them to the point where they don't even exist. And the player might do this any number of times. Why does the client need to get the scripts if it's not going to use them? Because the game server is stateless. And because it's stateless, you can't just say, okay, I'm attacking, like, so check this out. Let's say I make a defense. So I'm going to set this up. I customize all this stuff ahead of time. So I put down my defense and I save it. And so now another player wants to play against me, and they are paired against me. So they loaded the defense that I just made. And at this point now, they should be able to play against this defense. Now, I might go back onto my account and modify it so that none of my bots exist, none of my scripts exist. I change my colors, and so my defense doesn't look anything like this anymore. And I might do that like 1,000 times. And maybe each one of those times there's another script being saved off, or a whole bunch of scripts. I would send a script ID to the client. Yeah, but EJ, then you could be saving off an arbitrary number of scripts for each player. And I don't think that does good things for the game. Like what's the point of not wanting this encrypted state here? I think this is a less complicated system, and I don't know. I think the only thing saving a script ID would do is save on bandwidth, but it would increase the amount of database interactions that need to be made, and also the amount of just stuff that needs to be saved. I think it's a lot more work to save multiple versions of scripts, because at some point something needs to delete them. Like let's say this player Adam5 went and modified their whole defense. So now I'm the only person in the entire world who needs that state saved in the database. So as soon as I hit like close tab, now something needs to be in charge of deleting that from the database. Is there going to be a global signing key? Like I imagine there would be, in which case, yeah, then the issue run into is that someone could eventually figure that out, which granted should be like very difficult since it's going to be some randomly generated thing. Known by the game servers and account servers? Yeah, so T-Ball, that's how I'm thinking of having this work. And that key could change every once in a while. That would be fine, I guess. Like it could be based on the version of... Could be based on... Actually, you know what? We could use the version of the game server as a salt into that. I mean, we don't gain a whole lot by doing that. The secret key could use the version of the game server as a salt. So yeah, I hope that clarifies everything and like why I'm doing things the way I'm doing them. I think this makes the most sense, and I think the only thing that's going to be tough here is if bandwidth use gets to be too much. And there are ways I can try to cut down on that. I think gzipping is just going to be the best way to do it, because script information should be very easily zipped. There are APIs and you can't rename them. So if you want to fire lasers, you've got to call fire lasers at some point. And if all your bots want to fire lasers, then that's better gzipping. You could stick it in a config file and change it once in a while. Yeah, I think that's going to be helpful to do at some point. Or like every single time, I don't know, the overseer starts up, it comes up with a new signing key. I think that's all a good idea. But I'll write that down for like long term. I'll just write it down on another list. Yeah, EJ, I don't trust the clients either, but you're not trusting the clients in this case. I have at no point placed trust in clients by setting this up. Like so when I give you this blob here, if you modify this, then the signature will change, just like how I'm using JSON Web Tokens right now. Like you can change them all you want, but then it's not going to validate the signature at the end. And if it's encrypted, then you can't look into them. So like here we have some payload. If I try just changing this to like, oh, I'm going to change this to the number 2, then the signature doesn't match and the server won't trust it anymore. So add to long-term list somewhere. The signing key that the account server and game servers use should be generated by the overseer every once in a while and sent to all endpoints. Okay, so what do we do next? Client needs to be able to pass over the rest of the state untouched. Yeah, which means the state needs to be the minimum set of state. Right now, importing defense happens on the server. Sending everything unencrypted. So I could just add encryption to the account server. I would need it only to be on scripts, though. I think that is the next step here. So I think the first thing is make the account server send the defense in such a way that scripts are encrypted and everything altogether is signed. So the client, this way the client can pull out data to like render the arena, but they can't glean information about scripts. And then make the client save this entire bundle so that when we're ready, we can inject the client information. Not really inject, we can include the client information. Wow, Ramy. So make the client save this entire bundle so that when we're ready, we can include the client information along with the blob the server sent. I think this is work for after lunch, though. So I know I started the stream. Well, I guess I only started it like 10 minutes late today, right? So my uptime should be 3 hours and 20 minutes or something. Yeah, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Yeah, so I started the stream a little bit late. I won't be ending late. Normally I would, but tonight I have plans. And either way, I'm streaming an extra 8 hours this week anyway. Although that's for Terraria. But I will be back after lunch today for about 3.5 hours. So you haven't seen the end of me. Or perhaps you have and you're already bored. That's fine too. So let's go get lunch. Thank you all for watching so far. And I shall go get food. And when I come back, we're going to tackle the encryption and signing process, and then get the client to use that information. So see you guys after lunch. Excuse me. Okay, I am back. Okay, so send it such a way that scripts are encrypted. So if we do describe users here, we have a serialized defense. Have a good lunch? Yeah. Select serialized defense from users where ID equals 1. So it's this large blob of information. Let's take a look through this blob. See, this has code directly in it. How do we even export defenses? Well, however we do it, it's working. So just FYI, this function isn't called if you're looking for teleport hero, but I haven't renamed things yet. I just want to be able to search for this in Sublime. So yeah, we get bots. We do what exactly? Save bot for redeploy. Like, this is kind of silly, I think. Well, I don't know. This could be fine for now. Hey, Falcon. I am doing well. How are you doing, Falcon? I don't know if I've seen you here before. Oh yeah, by you asking what are you doing, I'm assuming you haven't seen me here before either. So yeah, what am I doing? I'm working on a game called Botland. There used to be a video that pretty well described what it was Botland was all about, but now I kind of have to just show you. So I will do that. So in Botland, I would describe it as like a strategy or puzzle kind of game almost, and it's centered on automation. So first what you do is you make a set of bots. So here's a brand new bot, and I might make it, I'm just going to make things up, right? This isn't going to go for strategy or anything, but I've got level 2 melee, I've got level 2 thrusters, so I'm going to move faster, and I've got, let's say, level 3 armor. So cool, I've got a melee bot that moves pretty quickly and doesn't take a whole lot of damage. Now, the automation part is that you could write a script if you want to. So at this point, I could say something like, all right, use melee if you can. Otherwise, I want you to pursue an enemy bot. Otherwise, I just want you to move toward the enemy. So like move right, for example. And that's it. I could say that is my script. I could say I don't want to do any of this, and I could just say figure it out for me. I could do any combination of the two. I could write it in JavaScript if I want to. And then once you've got your script and you've got your bot, you will play against someone who set up a defense ahead of time. So this player over here is not currently present. That might be me, that might be Hideo, that might be anybody in chat, who knows. But there they are. And now I am tasked with destroying their CPU. So I don't have a graphic for that yet, so I just wrote out CPU. But I can look through their bots and I can see like, okay, they've got artillery and missiles, looks good. They got missiles and lasers. Okay, so I'm going to want something with reflect. Do I have anything with reflect? Actually, don't know if I do. I don't. So, all right, too bad. Let's just put down anything then. So I'll put this down. And now I could hit the play button. Now, unfortunately, this is going to play out in hyperspeed. So there. So that was phase 1. I managed to get one bot dead, and then 2 of the bots are weakened. So if I put down some more bots and try this again, now I killed a couple more of them and weakened more of them. And if I put down my last phase worth, then I lost. Okay. So yeah, that strategy clearly didn't work, like melee and armor and thrusters, and there's clearly something better that I can do here. So that's a game in a nutshell. I think, I think there's a lot of work ahead to kind of just fix everything. So the way that these things are determined now, there's just code here. This is the only part that needs to be encrypted. And I don't have any sort of, let's look up encrypt. Travis encrypt. I don't need that. I mean, Node itself has an encrypt, or what do they call it? Crypto, yeah. Thanks, Falcon. So I can run this with anything, actually. Yeah, so let's see how this works. Bcrypt? Yeah, I think Bcrypt is a means of hashing something though, right? Key derivation function for passwords. Yeah, I can't use a hashing function unless I can reverse it. I guess that's fine. Default password hash algorithm. Yeah, no, I don't think a hashing function is going to work because anything that I get a hash, I would need to encrypt the hash, which means that I should just be encrypting what I have to begin with. Yeah, public encrypt, public decrypt. So these are probably the sorts of things that I want. What's the difference between private decrypt and public decrypt? And Falcon, thanks for following. Yeah, I think these are the functions I might want. What's the difference between the private and the public one of these? Public decrypt versus private decrypt. Oh, thanks, Wambox. What, a link to control your lights? Yeah. Yeah, Falcon. You should click it and try it out. There are two lights over here that you can't really see. Public encrypt. Oh, private decrypt takes in the passphrase? And public encrypt doesn't. Okay, well we don't have a passphrase, we just have a key. So I guess we can use that. Wait, did I not see this? Private encrypt takes a private key and a buffer. Where's private encrypt? It's not even here. Alright, I don't know. Let's just try this out. So node crypto equals require crypto. So crypto.public encrypt. So what is the definition of this? Public encrypt is here. Public key and a buffer. So the public key we're just going to say is password. And the buffer, what? Can the buffer be a string or does it have to be a buffer? Probably has to be a buffer. Okay, well we can make a new buffer from... Actually, let's just try something. Test. Yeah, data must be a buffer. Okay, fine. So let's do this then. Add master in the URL. You could have been watching a way old file. Yeah, that's true. Either way, I'm going to try this out. So let's make something called encrypt test. And now we'll do in Wambox. Thank you for following. So we'll just load up main. We'll do const crypto equals require crypto. And we have to make a buffer. By the way, Wambox, you get a link to the lights too, but since Falcon set it to color loop, you'll have to turn that off first if you want to be able to control them. Because this is just going through all of them. Also, this is actually two different LED strips. I know that's not super obvious, but that's why it's bright no matter how I rotate this. So let's see, Node.js. Where does buffer come from? It's probably just called buffer, right? Yeah, it is. So there's buffer.from array from string with encoding. Okay. So const buffer equals require buffer. Thanks, Falcon. So we'll say b equals buffer.from hello world UTF-8. and then we'll say encrypted equals crypto.public encrypt password. Oh, let's put the password up there. So password and the buffer. So now let's just log encrypted. Buffer.from is not a function. Oh, it's capitalized B? No, wait, no, that doesn't matter. Instances were created using a buffer constructor function. What version of Node am I on? 6.2. Yeah, I should have this then. I guess I don't need this. What's it saying to me? Buffer.from is not a function though, which means I must be including this wrong. Strange. Is it just in by default? Do I not even have to require anything? Maybe that's what's wrong here. Oh, it is just there by default. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, thanks, T-Bot. I just realized that. Nice encryption. To be honest, you don't know what a rainbow table is? Alright, I do know what a rainbow table is, but that kind of thing is what causes me to ban people. I think if people aren't going to be constructive from the beginning, then that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so return method to buff. So what is this? No start line. Yeah, it probably actually verifies that it's a better key than when I have a rainbow pen. While I am glowing with the colors of the rainbow as I'm doing this. Kappa Pride. Okay, so let's take a look. Hey, Habald, how you doing? So I'm not sure which one of these I should use. Let's take a look at Node.js private encrypt. What, Falcon? Oh, man. I mostly just want... I wanted to take a look at how someone else does this. Never. Huh. You probably want public encrypt? Yeah, and I just don't know what the restrictions on public key are. If it's a string, it's treated as the key with no passphrase. If it's an object, it's interpreted as a hash object with the keys key. Yeah, and I probably need this to be in that format. PEM encoded public key. Oh, good, Havald. Like, does this have to be in this format? Can I just generate a SSH keygen? Do I even have that? Whoa, I do. Enter file in which you want to save the key, /test. Enter passphrase. Enter same passphrase. Okay, so we have our /test.pub. Let's open that up. Wait, I meant you don't want to be using public key crypto? The only thing is, I only want this to be in one direction here. It shouldn't matter whether I'm using the public key or the private key half of this. All I care about is that it's encrypted. Like, I understand public key, private key encryption. Also, is this what I need for this or no? I'd be using symmetric crypto for this because the client will never have the key. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what I should have looked up to begin with. All right. Yeah, I'm going to do that in just a sec. I just want to see if this would have caused this program to work. Okay, it doesn't. And it doesn't matter. Okay, so Node.js symmetric crypto. Do they have a way of doing this? Also, they have this here. Did I not ever... Why do I use a library for this then? What are symmetric crypto algorithms that would work in Node? RSA, I guess? or AES. Guess I should go back to this. Create cipher. Yeah, okay, that's what I want to do then. Got it. Yeah, there's no gambling, Falcon. Okay, instances of the cipher class are used to encrypt data as a stream or using update and final. Okay. And please nerf me. Hi. Welcome. So let's check this out. Yeah. So they were right. It does print CA 981, blah, 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 blah. And then write some clear text data and then end. All right. So this is, we should get the decryption part of this too. But I don't want to do things this way exactly. What are you trying to encrypt? I'm trying to encrypt the scripts that a defense contains in botland. So I wrote all of this out here. I'll try to cover this relatively quickly, but it's something like this. So the account server is going to send a defense to the client. That defense is going to contain scripts of the defender bot. That's going to be an encrypted blob, and it's going to contain the state, which this will have things like positions and blah, colors, hardwares, whatever else. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. So this is going to be encrypted. This stuff, all of it is just going to be signed. So this is signed so the client can't change it. And then the client ends up putting in their own state later. So they take in that exact same blob, they just put it in here, and then they add in their own attack positions. And then on the game server, we can finally decrypt it and take the scripts and run them. Might also want to post in, yeah, and I think I should probably do that, EJ. I'm just not sure. I'm not positive I actually want to hire someone yet, though. That's the problem. Like, at this point in the project, a lot of things have been decided. So I feel like there's less risk for someone who's going to be hired, but they still need to be paid contingently. And there's just a lot of, I don't know. There's a lot of ambiguity for me. Was there looking for an artist? Yeah. What was I going to do here? Yeah, I was going to look through the other way of doing this, using Cypher and pipe streams. And using Cypher.update and Cypher.final. What do we have here? So Cypher.unreadable. Yeah, I don't think we need that. I think we can just do this. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's the same thing, but I think this is going to be neater. So I think we're good on that front. Now we just need a way to get the clear text back. So to do, figure out how to go from ciphertext to plain text. So we have our password. Let's do that. Const password equals a password. And we'll put this here. And now to unencrypt it, decipher. Oh, that's easy. So using it as streams, pipe streams, and then this. So this is exactly what we want. Hey ZVoxD, welcome back. All right, not too bad. So we have encrypted here, which is just a string, or is this a buffer? What does cipher.update return? Or rather, what does cipher.end return? Oh, great, they don't tell you. Not there, they don't at least. Produce the unencrypted data. What does this return? Data must be buffer data. Specifies the format of the enciphered data. I see. So it returns it based on what you told it to be, which in this case is probably hex. So I guess it'll be a string, because hex numbers can't be that long in JavaScript. And hey, Dennis. Is it to hide or prevent altering? Maybe both. It's both. So, and there's reasons for both. So the preventing altering is because you want to make sure that the state that was passed in. So like, let's say the server tells you, hey, there's a bot at 17 comma 4. You don't want the client to be able to say, no, actually, it's nowhere near where it was supposed to be. It's at 0, 0. And so now the CPU is just undefended. So you don't want them altering it. And you also don't want them to be able to see this. If they can see the script, then two bad things happen. One is that a defense is shared to everyone in the world just by getting that defense from the server. So that's a problem because then you can copy paste someone else's strategy without them allowing you to. And then the second problem, and this is perhaps more important, is that if you had this, then you could simulate everything yourself. And if you can simulate everything yourself, then all of the bad attempts, the ones that you fail at, you're just not going to tell the server about. So you'll just act like you're playing perfectly every time, but you're not. So yeah, there are the two reasons for doing that. So decipher this. So we're going to take this as password. We're going to take the same encrypted text that we had before. We're going to update and then log it. Cool. So this should work. Perfect. Exactly how I want to. That was like the easiest possible thing. That's amazing. We should write this in my node notes somewhere. What node notes? Do I not have any on crypto stuff? Nope. I don't. Okay, well, let's just make one. So crypto. So symmetric cryptography. So this is useful when you want to encrypt something and later be able to decrypt it with a single key. Yeah, so here's some basic code. Looks great. And then the reference for this is just this page, right? Yeah. So basics. Most of this page is about the crypto library. And then also note that you don't need to require buffer in Node. Cool. So this is done. Now I just need the account server to do this, and we should be fine. The issue is that it's cool that you can do encryption that any government would kill for in 1950 in about 10 lines of code. Yeah. Well, and I mean, possibly also as amazing is that if you just wanted to, let's say, render a cube to the screen, you could download Unity and without writing any code, any extra code, you could have cubes and spheres and whatever else, and you could have lighting and materials, and you don't have to write your whole render pipeline. I can't imagine working at, like, let's say, I don't know, Nintendo, for example, when Super Nintendo or N64 was out, and you've got some set of libraries and some set of code, and then you go and work for Sega, and you're working on a Sonic game, and you're like, wow, none of this is the same. I'm writing assembly or C, and it's totally different. All right. So the way that I should encrypt this is I think all as one blob, but then I need an association back to the bot. How will I do this? So instead of code, let's go take a look at the export. So where do I save off code? Oh, I save it off in this stupid function. Oh my god. Yeah, this is going to be annoying. And this is actually kind of pointless to do, actually. I'm not sure. Oh no, I wasn't even talking about switching languages, EJ. I was just talking about, like, people would have reconstructed the entire rendering pipeline themselves. For a 2D game, it's not so crazy, I guess, but, and granted, the console would have done some of it for you, as far as, like, blitting things and possibly tile maps, but now I feel like you can go to 100 different jobs at least, and they'll all use Unity. And then you can go to 100 different jobs and they'll use Unreal or something like that. But it's not going to be proprietary render pipelines that are built up by each company, I think. It's not as common. I know companies still do that. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to make sweeping generalizations here, everybody. All right, so save bot for redeploy is not something we actually do. We never need it. And I don't know if it's something I ever want to add into the game. Because I could just repurpose this entire function. The only thing it's used for right now is, oh wait, no, what's this? Test defense. Entity.has component if bot, save bot for redeploy. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah, there's going to need to be a better way to do this. The client needs to be able to save the entire state of the arena at any time so that it can revert back to earlier phases in the defense. I would like that to just be serializing entities, but I don't think it's going to be that simple. So I think when we export bots, this is going to have to change. How does this even work? We get the hardware component. We get the slot configuration. Make sure that that exists. Why do we do that? Oh, just for... Yeah, I see. But we don't serialize it. Hardware component has a slot configuration that is a hardware slot configuration. So what, we serialize it down here? Yeah, we do. Oh man, I think this is gonna have to be different. It's gonna be something similar to what the client's doing too, because it's all the stuff that the... Yeah. All right. I've gotta merge these functions somehow. Redeploy. Save bot for redeploy. So this one, this and serialized client entities should be merged as much as possible. It's going to be needed when exporting a defense. Well, yeah. Okay, so how does this work? We take a bot and we get its physics component, its hardware, code. Wait, we don't get its name? Yeah, I guess we don't care about the name. JavaScript is my least favorite part of full stack JavaScript. And ID. Yeah, I think this will just be hard to do. That's it. That's what I'm realizing. So here we get the owner. Wait a second. No, that's fine. Code component. Get the original code. Yeah, I don't think the owner is going to be needed. The code is fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, and then the name. Just joined will be hard to do. I'm just trying to refactor my code so that there's... The way that Botland's going to end up working now is such that games are simulated over the course of just a few hundred milliseconds, and then later they can be played back. Well, in order to play back that data, you need data that... How do I say this? So you need some unencrypted data, like the bot's visual characteristics and where they are. And then you need some encrypted data, which is their scripts that you can later pass back to the game server. And I think it's just going to be hard to get all of this to work together. I don't know. Maybe I should change how I serialize these things. This is pretty similar to the other function, though. The only thing I don't need is owner, and I don't technically need the name of the bot, I guess. When you're exporting a defense, though, we do want the name of the bot. The name doesn't matter in there, though. Okay, then here's what we can do. We can say... We can make an entity util, some kind of like serialized function there. Yeah, let's go find that. So we can make a new function, serialize bot. I'm just going to close out of that. So let's say, first let's just copy all this code. Let's get that in here. So we get this, we serialize that, yeah, all that's fine. And then we just return the serialized entity. Cool, so now we can call this, possibly. Do we use anything else here? So what do we have? Entity, that's fine. Code component, that's fine. This is all fine. Constants, I don't know if we have constants here. Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. Then all of that's fine. So we can just call into this function from here, like this. Done. Okay, now that's going to include everything except for the owner or the name. And I don't know if we want the owner or the name. That's Ragepert, man. Were you there yesterday when people were memeing all about copying and pasting things? How did that start? Someone linked in a YouTube video that got like 40,000 views. It was a basic tutorial on how to cut, copy, and paste. And I guess that's really helpful. It makes sense. I shouldn't be making fun of it. Like, there are a lot of people who, their first time using a computer, they don't know about copy pasting. They just retype things. Anyway, Spurman, I got out of control. People were just copy pasting every single thing in chat. And I had to ask people to stop. It was fun while it lasted. Then I had to go and rule chat with an iron fist. So we can call this function now from export events. Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks for reminding me. 3 cans stacked together, but you didn't even paste in the 3rd can. It was funny. I think it was funny. I think they did a good job. So we go through every bot. We make sure it's owned by this particular player. And what is this? Tile X and tile Y? This isn't used at all, is it? Because teleporting heroes is not a thing anymore. Let's just delete all of this. Yeah, so that means that this real ID is also not needed. It isn't. Great, cool. Delete. Okay. So go through each bot and do this. And then just get rid of all of the rest of this. Sounds great. Oh man. All right. What did you do in college? I studied computer science. Seemingly nothing. And Testman Music. Thanks for following. So first get all the players' bots. Yeah, so this is going to cause a bunch of failures, I bet. Let's try it out. I'm pretty sure it's going to fail. If I put some bots like that, and I put a tower there, and I hit X, it saves the defense, but that doesn't necessarily mean that things just started working. Because now the owner and the name might not work. Yeah, can't read property, head ID of undefined. Where is that coming from? Serialized config is not a string. I thought it was do you, not did you. Like, what do most people do? Oh, I was like, why is EJ insulting me like that? Like, what'd you do in college, Adam? Oh, well, nothing. If you watch this stream long enough, you know this guy's an idiot. That makes more sense. Thanks, EJ. All right. So here we get serialized entity. What we used to have here, oh, it was actually everything was different. Yeah, so importing the defense is going to be different. So this is what we've got. I actually have this written out here. How are these different? Oh, they're very different. Oh, we don't have cosmetics. So when we tell this server about this, I guess we can't change cosmetics during a game. Yeah, this isn't going to work. Candy of Wrath, thank you for following. Huh. How will we get this over to the server then? We need to know what blueprint this came from. And then I guess copy it from there. And if it's not found, then you're just not allowed to do this thing. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Otherwise it can't work. So we need to know what blueprint ID a bot came from. And I don't think we have a way of doing that right now. We have a blueprint component though, so we should have a way of doing it. Let's take a look. Let's put a breakpoint here. And let's see if this entity has a blueprint. It should. And Centix, thank you too. Can you give my 1,000 subscriber bot on YouTube? What? Can you give your bot on YouTube? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Alright, so entity.toString, we should have a blueprint component. We don't. Okay, I remember why this was added. It was added for heroes. So I just never put these on the bot. So create bot needs to be here. And it's, yeah, hero blueprint ID. Bots? I don't know what you're saying. Can you give my 1,000 subscriber bots on YouTube? Alright, well, Centix is broken. Yep. Jupiter says boot. Oh, he's kinda. Alright, so I gotta pass this in, and I don't... Unspartan Joker. I guess Mr. Destructoid causes everyone to come out. Yeah, I never passed this in anywhere. And I should have. It should have been here. Save bot for redeploy. Oh man. Okay, fine. So let's see where we create a bot for the first time. Let's find out. So in client arena, call into tap handler. Oh, make a sub bot. Oh, I see. What's wrong with my keyboard? I get that question so many times. It's just an ergonomic keyboard. All right, so we say right here, debug place bot. This calls into the client-side function stop dragging blueprint, which calls into create spawner location, which then calls set spawn location. So we need to go over to there. Set spawn location. Found it. Found it. Oh, wait, what? What? Why do we have this here? Bay ID equals blueprint ID. And then... Okay, that's weird. This should have just been called blueprint ID then. Fine, let's do that. Smart, that doesn't even make any sense. Swedish WB says not as weird as hardly difficult keyboard. What does he have? Does he have one of the split ones? So yeah, hero blueprint ID. We're just gonna change this to blueprint ID. So we don't care about that. We don't care about that. We actually don't care about any of this stuff. Where's new blueprint component? We don't use this at all. This was supposed to be on factories, I bet. Aha! It is supposed to be on factories. Yeah, that's a mistake. So let's go back to here. Yeah, we can just pass this in. Sure, cool, looks good. So bot assemblage. We need blueprint component. And we'll say that if that exists, so if util.exists params.blueprint.id, then add a blueprint component with params.blueprint.id. Cool. All right. Kinesis advantage. Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yeah. I never tried it though. They're very boxy. All right, so I should have a blueprint ID there now. Let's try this out. Let's go over to here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we do entity.toString, and we get blueprint. There it is. Look at this. So entity.hasComponent blueprint true. So if we say get component, we get the blueprint ID. Perfect. Okay, so now we need to use that because this is going to be better for us than what we had. So entity util, we're gonna need the blueprint ID. So get component blueprint, and really only if it exists, but serialized entity. Yeah, actually we only can do this if it exists. Serialized entity. There. Okay, so now we do this, and we just type this text again, and everything works very well, right? Is that what I'm seeing here? It looks like that's the case. That's good news. Yeah, so we have the coordinates, the hardware, and the blueprint ID, which we can't necessarily take from the hardware. Yeah, there'd be no way for you to customize that. Yeah, okay. I want to join the Kappa train. No golden Kappa. Okay, so then the account server is going to need to use this. What else do we need here? When we export a defense, we're going to have a blueprint ID now, and that blueprint ID isn't going to mean anything unless we rely on the account server to tell us what the cosmetics are. Yeah, we have to do that. We have to. Unmod all. Utter chaos will ensue. Okay, so the I can't have it send the defense in any way unless I have it make the defense first of all. Make the account server validate an exported defense. It should also plug in data like cosmetics. I'm in love with your keyboard. Please tell me the name. So, anyone who's curious, there's an FAQ and this is actually a set of frequently asked questions, not just things I thought were important to say. It's like, yes, there have been a lot of times that this has been asked. And toward the end, these haven't been asked as frequently. They used to be frequent. Now people just kind of stopped. Probably because I started publishing lots and lots of documents. Okay, yeah, we're not doing any validation right now. So let's go start to do some validation. We have set defense or save defense. This. So we get the serialized defense. We just make sure that it's a string. And then that's it. We don't do anything else. So we need to do a whole bunch of validation. And we have this, like, whether it's too long here. This is 150,000 characters. You're probably going to be allowed to have more than that. Let's set this to something... Set it to like 1 megabyte. There. This is, I'll just say roughly 1 MB. Questions we wish people would frequently ask. Okay, so validate the defense and inject more information, e.g. cosmetics, where we can't trust the client. It's not actually that we can't trust the client. So there's a lot to validate here, a lot. Real IDs assigned. I guess we're not going to trust those either. Yeah, we're not. Oh boy, won't this be fun? So when you go to export a defense, we should probably just print it out or pull it from the database or something. But let's work from this direction. Okay. So plug in data like cosmetics. Make sure real IDs are correct. Just assign those manually. Actually, yeah, that's a question that I haven't put on there that was relatively frequently asked, which is why am I on Windows? Maybe I should update that. Make sure there's no extra data. The client crams in like foo equals bar. Anonym. All right, well, let's do this. Cancel. Put this over here. And now let's figure out how we export a defense. So this is going to involve save defense. Yeah, this. Let's just log this to the console. All right. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So we refresh the page. And we're going to put down a tower, and we're going to put down a bot. And we're going to hit X, and it's going to print this out to the console. So now we have all of this wonderful information. And here it is. So the position of one of the bots that we placed, what hardware it has. We need to validate that you actually own this hardware. Then the code, we need to make sure that that's valid code. The waypoint, I guess, needs to fit inside the arena. So we need to know the arena size. The ID is something we have to come up with. And the blueprint ID is something we need to validate. So yeah, all this stuff needs to be validated. And we don't have the size of the arena for this. The account server should really know it. So I'll just write to do validate tiles against arena sizes. That's slot config serialization. Hey, this is pretty good. I did it this way so that it was readable in the database. That way you could tell at a glance what's what. All right, so we got to go through everything inside of bots and validate all of this. This is going to be a hoot. A real hoot, everybody. So pull out your owls. Let's all dive into Harry Potter. So for each, let's see. So you have the serialized defense. Serialized defense.bots. Serialized bot. All right. So you have tile X and tile Y. Let's say const arena width equals 100 and arena height equals 100. So you'll be able to make things that are like wildly out of bounds, but I'll eventually fix that. So first, there's got to be like a make sure coordinate is in bounds. I don't know if we even should do this though. I think we should just clamp it if it's not in bounds. So we should check to see if something is a number, sure. This could all just be inside of a try catch. We could say like oh man. Yeah, I think this should be its own function entirely. This dot validate defense, serialized defense. Okay. And we need the user ID as well. Now, what is this? Where is this taken from? Save defense. Let's go look at Postman. Where is save defense? Set defense. That's it. Header takes in a token. Yeah, okay. So we know that we are who we say we are because this is actually validated. So this user ID can be trusted and nothing else can be trusted. So did I write validate defense or no? No, I didn't. Right? I didn't? Yeah, I didn't. All right. So let's go through. Wait a second. No, something's wrong. No. I did write something, and then I... Where did it go? Aw, man. All right. Well, I'll just redo it. It's not that bad. For each serialized defense, dot bots. Serialized bot. Where did I put this somewhere? I must have deleted it. Did I paste it in here? No. Okay. And I had arena width and arena height too. I got rid of all of that. Arena width equals 100. Arena height equals 100. To do, use real arena dimensions. So first we need to make sure, so if anything here fails, we're just going to return. So I could put this inside of a try catch. I think that might be the easiest. That way I can just throw an error whenever anything fails. Yeah, let's just do that. Could not validate defense for user ID. E. So if we catch any errors, we're going to return success false, and that's it. Otherwise, we're going to return success true, and then serialized defense, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So now here, what we want to do is we need to make sure that physics exists. If util.exists, serialized bot.physics. I could actually do it this way. There. So if it doesn't exist, then throw new error. Here's where we could just use assert, I guess. Do we have assert? We do. Okay, so assert util.exists physics. No physics found. All right, then we're going to need tile X and tile Y. So we could say, it's going to be a little bit frustrating, I think. Physics dot Hey Harry, I'm doing well. How about yourself? Oh, cool, Hideo. Thanks for sharing. So assert is object. Physics is the wrong type. Now we get the tile X. So we know it's an object, so we can do this. We just don't know if these things are defined. So we want these to be numbers. So assert underscore dot is number tile X. Tile X is not a number. And the same thing for tile Y. And then we want to make sure that they're in bounds. So as long as they're a number, so let's try this out. BLAC node low dash equals require low dash. So low dash dot is number, not a number. That's true, I believe. But if you do something like low dash dot clamp, not a number to 1 and 5, it's going to say not a number. That's actually bad. That's not what I expected. Okay, so assert that it's that and that it's not a number. Now we can clamp it, or we could just say it's out of bounds. I guess that's fine. So assert so tile X equals, actually we could just do math.floor on that, right? Math.floor on not a number is going to be not a number. Is infinity considered a number according to this? Oh, it is. Oh, wow. That probably breaks a whole lot of code I have. Is finite. Oh, I didn't know this existed. Okay, that's what I meant. That's what I meant to do. So this is a bug in pretty much the whole code. Replace is number in almost every location with is finite. What is not underscore? Not equals, oh yeah, so exclamation point is not. So if you say if x equals 5, you're saying if x is equal to 5, then dot dot dot. And if you say if this is if x is not equal to 5, then dot dot dot. So yeah. And this is true for most languages. So C++, Java, JavaScript, C#. I think Python has this too. Pretty sure they do. Yeah. Oh, what is the underscore? Oh, that's low dash. Oh, sorry, Harry. I wasn't sure what you were asking about. Yeah, low dash is just a utility library. So if you want to check out the documentation, you can here. I get all of these functions by including low dash. And I use a few of them. So assert that this is finite. I did not know this function existed. Is not a finite number. So now that we know it's a finite number, now we can do math.floor tile x. Or is integer? Checks if value is an integer. Does this, yeah, infinity returns false. Yeah, so let's just use those, I guess. Is not an integer. Okay, now we need to make sure that it's in the correct range though. So assert, is there a math function that gives us this? Ceil, divide, floor, max, max by, mean. I mean, we could just use less than and greater than. I just didn't know if they gave us something anyway. No, they don't. That's okay. Oh, there's clamp. Oh, in range. We do have a function for this. Check if start is between start and up to, but not including end. Yeah, sounds great. Okay, so assert, what's it? Is in range? In range. and it's the number, start, and end. So number is going to be tile x, start is going to be 0, and end is going to be arena width. Tile x is not in bounds. Same thing with tile y, and that needs to be within arena height. Cool. Okay, so all we've done so far is verify just this. That's it. Now, there's other things we need to do here too, which actually make the account server a really, really bad way at verifying this. So we should just have the game server do this, now that I think about it. Like, the account server should pass all this off to the game server. Yeah, I think that's the only way this can work. Otherwise, I'm going to have to reuse a lot of code. Is there this or self in C++? Or how are you meant to properly assign values when accessing the class? Yeah, there's this. This isn't going to work. We should pass this off to a game server to validate for us. And then it can do all these rules and figure out everything. Skyvault Games, thanks for following. And let me go grab some water before I wait like half an hour before grabbing water and then I'm parched. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Anonym, there's usually a way for there to be a different character used. So it's typically not something you have to worry about. So in Lodash, for example, the way that I'm using it is I'm saying I'm just saying this. So I could have just said Lodash equals require Lodash. And then there, now underscore dot is number is going to be undefined. Hey, Luculus. But yeah, Lodash and underscore accomplish the same thing. So you typically will not have them in the same project. And jQuery typically uses the $sign notation. Other libraries can use that too, sure. But then you could just import it as a different thing. Yeah, so I am quickly realizing that this should not be the responsibility of the account server. But I don't have the infrastructure in place to pass this off to a game server. And therein lies the problem of having to change every single thing just to get one thing to work. Would you say you should know the basics of the main languages and know one in depth? Yeah, I think so. And Venrix, with transpilation let of, transpiles to a whole lot more code. And it doesn't look like it's a good idea for me. So if you say like var a equals object, let x of a, or whoops, that's not how you do this. Sorry. So the code it turns into is just kind of shocking to me and involves multiple try catches, and I didn't want to use this. Also, Vendrix, I posted to team ups. It has not been helpful so far, but maybe it will produce something for me. Yeah, so then here's what we got to do. This is going to be pretty crazy, but in order for the account server to validate the defense, it needs to involve a game server. Without this, it won't be able to... What was the thing I was even worried about? Oh yeah, it won't be able to check... Without this, I would have to duplicate code that checks whether I'm placing two bots on the same tile, etc. Although even then, there's got to be different validation here. Just a lot. This is changing everything. Did I say it'll take a week? We'll see. I think changing the whole game over to use this new system, that'll take about probably 2 or 3 months. And unfortunately, that was 2 or 3 months that I wasn't planning on. So that should have all been done before now. And it would have been if I had had this plan from the beginning, but the plan changed. Not salty. Not entirely salty. Alright, so it needs to involve a game server. Without this, I have to duplicate code. In order for it to involve a game server, that means that I need to change the infrastructure. In order for me to involve a game server, I need to change the infrastructure so that instead of reserving a game server, you're just giving it a task. It's like my own version of AWS Lambda. Yeah, and it just needs to be coded because I don't have that yet. So let's see. When you start up a game server right now, it registers itself with the overseer. There is no load balancer, and eventually the account server should be able to talk directly to the game server. But without a load balancer, that means that this would happen differently on my local machine than how it happens in the cloud. If you didn't walk this path, you wouldn't have known there was a better one. Yeah, that's so they say there's a silver lining in every cloud. I think it's hard to say whether I would have come to this conclusion or not from having coded what I did. And maybe I wouldn't have, and then this was necessary, and now I got more information in a better game. But maybe it was unnecessary, and I wasted 3 months. I don't know which way is right to look at it. Getting ready for a fast session of coding to port the Notify application on Windows. Nice, Puka. Yeah, so one of the issues with changing the infrastructure is that on AWS, it's going to use a load balancer. This is the same structure that I have for account servers, though. I point directly at... What do I even point at when I'm running locally? Do I point at? Let's see. How does a game server know what to get to? Or even the client, for example. So account server REST client. I make this, and I say REST server host address. Where's this taken from? It's taken from the DOM. So what? When I run this, it's gonna be annoying. Local host. Yeah, there. Okay. So account.bot.land and localhost. So I would need to make it be the same way and have a different port based on this too. Oh boy. Sometimes just things take time to understand and figure out. Yeah, and like I think there's only so much you can do on paper when it comes to game design. I think it's very difficult, if not impossible, to look at a game just written out. Like, yeah, there are going to be buildings, and the buildings can produce units, or they can shoot at each other, and that's StarCraft. And like, you don't know if the game's going to be fun or not just based on that. And I think that's part of the situation we ran into. So we designed a game, and it sounded fun, and we prototyped most of it, and it was fun for a time. But then in prototyping the rest of it, we determined that no, I don't think it works out. Yeah, Anonima, I agree with you. And that's why I'm pursuing what I'm pursuing now. I was thinking about this yesterday of like, what if the core gameplay of Botland is not as fun as I think it might be? And I thought, oh, well, maybe I need some other thing that I do for players, like a different game mode or something. And I thought, no, most advice tells you do one thing and do it well, and then later you can add on other things. But I think I'm going to start and just try to nail the experience of like, you set up attacks, you set up defenses, you find other players, you try to figure out how to beat them. Okay. So right now there's this whole thing about account server reservation, and this takes place over here where we call reserve game server. The way this is actually going to work is, I guess, a game server is going to... No, the overseer is not going to be involved in this. The overseer is just going to be for spinning up game servers and checking their health. So the account server is going to talk directly to the game server? That's unprecedented. The account server needs to talk directly to a game server. Well, a game server cluster, not even a game server. And then the cluster is going to tell it where it can reserve one. Hey, EnvisionNet. Oh, this is so much. Okay, so fine. If we're going to do this, then let's go to game server. What is it? Cluster master? Yeah. So we have a reserve message that can be sent. I don't know how. I guess in game server rest server. Yeah, here it is. Reserve game server instance. So let's not make it reserve game server instance. Let's add in another API. So that's the first thing. And then the next thing is add an API on the game server called, or like alongside this, called validate defense, that passes in a whole bunch of stuff. And then call that API and supply it with the user's details. So like cosmetics, script, inventory, ID, name, etc. ID, name, colors, etc. There's going to be like pull every single thing from the database about a user and send it over to the game server. It just doesn't sound like a great idea to me. But I don't know how else I would do this. And it doesn't matter what endpoint this happens on. It's going to have to happen regardless. Whether the account server is doing it or the game server, I'm still going to need to know, is your defense valid? Are you using things that you have access to? So the only thing I'm gaining out of putting this on the game server is that I have certain classes that I can use there. I would need to construct them all. So this needs to create an arena, try to place bots in it, etc. Which means there can't be a persistent arena at any point on the game server. There can't be a persistent arena on the game server. We're treating this like I'm making my own version of Lambda. So I think the real way that I'm going to do this is this. So this is like give the account server access to an IP slash to a host slash port combo that identifies the game server. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know I just consistently have been saying this all day, but these are large changes, and this does boil down to a lot to do. So we need to call this. So then test calling this directly through Postman with with different serialized defenses. Yeah, the code that's needed will all be in the same place at least. Call the new validate defense API and supply with the user's details that were pulled from the database. This is seriously though, like get everything about this user from the database, which involves touching what, 3 tables? How many tables is this? Let's see, we need the bots themselves, we need the scripts, and we need users. Yeah, so 3 tables, so 3 select functions. Or, well, maybe we can do it in one, but I don't know. And then what if this data is out of date by the time you get a response? This can't happen inside of a transaction. Yeah, that's another thing I didn't think about. What happens if the user sells off an item while they're saving a defense? These happen on completely different servers. Granted, there's no, well, yeah. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll try to figure out some of these things when I get back. I mean, there's still like 3 hours left in the stream, more or less. Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, that's poor timing for a raid. Hello, that's Bamboo, and that's Bamboo's viewers. I was using the bathroom, and now I'm back. But hi, everyone. That's Bamboo. I followed you a while ago. I don't know if I've actually made it to one of your streams yet, though. Let's check it out. I'll write myself a note. Check out That's Bamboo's stream. Yeah. The keyboard's here. And hey, Lost Thing. Okay, so I was just about to modify a very large part of the infrastructure I have for this game. I'll show you guys the game because I don't think I've fully broken everything yet. Chances are I'm about to break everything. But anyway, this is Botland. In Botland, you make different robots out of functional pieces over here. So you've got things like melee and thrusters and whatever else you want, landmines. There's a whole bunch of different stuff you can use. And cosmetic pieces, which are things like a wasp head and this kind of crazy torso. And oh, I don't have the new stuff. Huh. But anyway, cool. So then you do this, and you can write a script if you want, but you don't have to. And if you want to write a script, you can either do it visually by doing something like this, like fire lasers and then move closer to a bot, or you could write it in JavaScript, or like I said, you don't have to write one at all. So once you're done with that, you join a game, and it turns into something sort of like Clash of Clans, where someone has a defense that they have set up, that they set up ahead of time. So they're not present for this, but then my goal is to try to beat their defense. So I can put down a bunch of bots that I've made, and then this is going to run like way too fast right now because I'm in the process of changing a whole lot of stuff. But then that's it. So like I failed my first attempt at this. So maybe I tried different bots out here, and now I fail my second attempt, and yeah, other things happen. Going 3 at one point? Wow. Is that what you use now? That's Bamboo? And those new bots are really nice. Yeah, so there's 3 new bots that I just added today. One is the Omega bot that you saw. So that's this one. One is the Octopus bot that I did not actually have. So that's this one. And again, we got some colors for this too. And then the last one was the V8 bot. V8, V8, V8. Yeah, that's this. And yeah, just like before, you can combine them in any way that you want and come up with a bunch of crazy things. Hey, Crowport. And thanks, that's Bamboo. Just learn Lodash is a fork of underscore, hence they both use the underscore character. Yeah, and they've differentiated enough from each other now where I don't know why underscore still exists. Oh, sculpt, I see. Okay. Yeah, Bamboo, I still use the numpad on this keyboard. No R2D2 bot? Yeah, can't do any copyrighted things. Anyway, what happens if the user sells off an item while they're saving in defense? These happen on completely different servers in async processes. So let's take a look. What would happen in this case? Unless this is taking place in a transaction, then that's just the result of async processes. Which means it needs to take place in a transaction, which means that this is not going to be great. Yeah. So I would do something like start transaction, then reach out to game server to handle validation, and then end transaction. There's one other thing I could do here. Because the only thing that needs to be validated... Yeah, no. Here's a better way to do this. I know how I could do this. Okay. A better way to do this is to validate the defense, then inside of a transaction, test against any cosmetic pieces or hardware that the user may not have any longer. So I think that's the better way to do this. This is not going to be super straightforward unless I keep a consistent set of data structures for this. Man, okay, fine. Well, we got to start at the beginning. Call this, yeah. And then if the defense is valid, kick off a transaction to make sure cosmetic / hardware are still valid, then persist it to the database. So yeah. This way we're not putting large async processes inside of a transaction. Okay. Alright, well, I guess we can start doing this. So the infrastructure I used to have was to support the game being a real-time game. So I actually have a diagram for this I can show you guys. And a lot of this is going to stay the same. So players were the only real, like, you were on a client, just like on any game, you're playing the game. And the only thing you really interacted with directly were game servers and the load balancer that was in front of the account servers. So what I was talking about here is like there's only one database right now, and using multiple transactions that take a long time is just a bad idea. So I think what I'm going to have this do is these account servers are going to reach out to the game server, validate a defense, bring it back to here. Then the account server is going to start a transaction with the database and say, do I still have the things that I need to have this defense work? Because now I know the defense is valid. Now is the account valid? And the database will say yes or no relatively quickly, and then save it to the database. And then the player can then be told, like, yeah, you're cool. Add an API in the game server. All right, so let's try this out. So we make a validate defense. This is going to need to reach out to Well, let's cut that portion out for now. Let's just make this as simple as possible. How will we do this? What do we even have access to here? Cluster env. Game server instances. So we need to do this still. Get ready game server instance, and then we need to tell it. Oh God, this concept of running game is not going to work. No. Write this stuff down over here. Oh man, there's a ton of this stuff. So game server clusters don't need the concept of whether something is running or ready. Or rather, it could have that, but it could be in a queue. I don't know the best way to divvy up tasks here. Right now, there's a cluster, and underneath it are, let's say, like instance number 1 and instance number 2. And so previously, it was that this would be in like the running state, and this would be in the ready state. So when you said, hey, give me an instance, it would say, oh, I got one ready, here you go. I think we could turn these into just workers that pull off of a queue. And that way they're always ready, and we always give work to the one with the smallest queue. Granted, that form of scheduling doesn't work if your queue items can be of wildly different sizes, because you might give one worker 2 large tasks and another worker 3 small tasks, and then think, oh, the one with 2 large tasks needs more work. So I don't know. This way is fine for now. I think this is fine. So check whether game server workers should still have the concept of ready/running. I think it makes sense if I were to switch to a work queue, then I could run into problems with queue items being wildly different sizes. So we'll do something like this, I suppose. It's reserving a game server instance just for a different purpose than what I was using it for originally. Mark that we're using the game server. Then tell it that we reserved it and tell it with this thing. So yeah, instead of reserve game, we're going to tell it something totally different, aren't we? Yep, that's the answer. All right, well, this is something. Yeah, let's try this out. Get num ready game server. Send 404 that nothing's ready. If this doesn't exist, we don't care. Otherwise, we reserve it for the particular kind of task. Okay, there's got to be a better way to write all this out. Let's copy paste this for now, and then I'll trim it down to what it needs to be. So this is fine. I think if this happens, that how could this happen? Yeah, this should keep the queue around. Oh man. Yeah, no, we have to handle what happens when everything's busy. There needs to be some kind of queue system here. I could have the work queue exist in the master process and have it divvied up to instances. It could take a long time though. I guess there's only a couple of different systems you can have here. System number 1 is like the account server always goes through the load balancer and gives work to a particular server. That server guarantees that it will handle the work. And then system number 2 is the account server tries to assign work to an instance, and if it can't, it tries another one. Zephy, thanks for following. So in this case, in system number 2, it trying another one is not necessarily something it knows how to do. The account server doesn't have direct access to the game servers, so I think this is the only way that this will work. And then if it doesn't work out, it must mean that the server crashed. That's essentially, and then it can try another one because it will know how to do that, which is just contact a load balancer again. I think this is the only thing that can work. So I think now this, I just feel like I have a spool of thread and it just keeps unwinding and unwinding. And in the end of this, I'm going to end up with a different spool of thread that's somehow a different color, but I needed to paint each individual inch of thread. That's what's happening right now. Yeah, alright. So, I think the first thing to do then is change the game server master so that it keeps a work queue and assigns it to available instances. But then what happens if the game servers are overloaded? I guess that's the time when the overseer would recognize that. It would get the health check and it would say, whoa, you've got like 60 things to do and you can only handle 2 per second. That's too much. So I'll start up another game server. When obtaining health information about a server, I should check to see whether a particular server is overloaded. If it is, then I should use that information to determine that I need to spin up more instances. Is there anything else there? And the individual instances themselves could have the work queue, but I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, I think this system makes the most sense. So now the cluster master is in charge of handling all the processes, and then the processes are in charge of just pulling off other instances of work and reporting their state correctly. And each chunk of work needs to know what to do and then who to report back to. Each chunk of work needs to know what to do and who to report back to. This is potentially dangerous because there's going to be a timeout for these things. Like right now, if I call some API, I don't know what the timeouts are set to by default. It's whatever Restify has. What are they set to by default? I don't even see one. There's connect timeout, but I don't see where the defaults are. Probably have to look through their code. I don't really feel like doing this. It doesn't matter because whoops. Timeout. So this is a test that sets it to 15,000. There's another test. Let's just search through their JavaScript code. Oh, that's nice. It's probably called request timeout. Okay, never mind. I guess it's not ever used anywhere. Seems strange. Hey, Dark Van Q. Yeah, I think this is the first change I'm going to have to make. This is it. This is the lowest level of work. Yeah, let's do it. Well, before I keep waffling on this, I think it's because I want to make sure that this is the right thing to do. Change the game server master so that it keeps a work queue and assigns it to available instances. If there's an instance available at the time of receiving work, it can be processed immediately. So really all we're going to have is a health check and then like an add work. And add work is what's going to be responsible for doing really the majority of these actions. And I guess it's whatever is in charge of fetching this. Yeah, cluster env has get num ready game servers. Get, there's a reserve here. No, there isn't. How do we reserve it? Get ready game server instance. And this calls into a whole bunch of stuff. Do we not have access to whatever the main thing is here? State. Wonderful. All right. Well, then this is going to contain the queue. Now we just need to make sure that these items have enough that they know how to function. Based on a thing by TJ. Okay. Yeah, I think I know how I'm going to pursue this. I'm not super happy with having to make this change, but again, this is like the game's changing pretty drastically, so everything else kind of needs to change drastically too. Priority job queue backed by Redis. Built for Node. Job event in progress pub sub. Job time to live. Optional retries with back off. Graceful worker shutdown. Huh, interesting. Yeah, interesting. I don't want to back this by Redis. I don't know if you need to use that. Oh, it's a requirement. Okay, yeah. No, I don't think that's necessary for me. Man, but there are some features here that could be pretty helpful. I don't know if any of them are needed right off the bat, as I think that it's going to basically be two APIs. It's going to be validate defense and it's going to be simulate game. And I can probably manage these. Yeah. All right, then let's try this out. So when obtaining health information on a server, I should use that. Yeah. All right. Well, let's try it. And let's try giving it some like fake tasks at some point. So give this server some fake long-running tasks to make sure that it works correctly. All right, let's do that. So it keeps a work queue and assigns it to available instances. So what is a particular work item? What to do, who to report back to. Excuse me. And then we can also have like creation time and a whole bunch of other metrics if we care about it. So in here, we could say something like work queue. There. Now there's no priority needed. All I need to do is just, as I get items, just handle them as much as I can. So that means that something needs to be updating this thing pretty frequently, which means that there's cluster master. There's a main, is there not? Or a constructor? Yeah, here. And then init. Yeah, and at this point we'd have like an update function. Hey Gladiator, how's it going? How fast can you type? How many views does this YouTube video have? 192. How does Mike win? Yeah, there's got to be an update thing. So create a work queue, update the queue every so often, assigning the task to any available processes, and then, yeah, create a work queue item. I wonder how much longer this is going to take. This will probably take like 2 hours. It's probably the rest of today. You don't know French? I mean, I took 5 years of French, but I wouldn't say I know French at the end of that. I guess the real test of that would be giving me a language that I didn't learn any of. But that wasn't the joke was really just that so many people asked me to take a typing test that I finally appeased them, but it was the whole you wished for $1,000,000 without thinking of the consequences of like, oh, your parents died and you inherited the money. And 5 years, a long, long time ago, is not enough for me to know a language. I wouldn't really say I know anything other than English, even though I've studied multiple languages. Okay, so validate defense is going to be just deleted. The reserve game server instance, that's going to change too. So in cluster env, we have the work queue. And I think we should make work items. Work queue item. What is this? Where does this exist? Yeah, I guess that's fine. Well, you know C#. Yeah, computer languages. So this represents an item of work for a game server instance to handle. E.g. validating a defense. Is there really much to validating a defense? Maybe this is a bad idea to even do this. Maybe the account server just uses a class that the game server has access to. No, that's a bad idea. But it's not really computer intensive, is it? It could be in the future. We might want to simulate something around this. Simulating a game. Okay, so constructor, just delete this, delete everything else in the entire class. There, and get rid of all of this. Well, computer languages are definitely different from human languages. In computer languages, there's only reading and writing. There is no speaking and listening. And they're all done with the same character set. So, yeah. I think computer languages are much easier than human languages. How do you delete whole lines? So if you're using Sublime, you'll need to look at your particular key bindings, because I modified mine to be Control-Shift-D to run the delete line macro. So yeah, just I remember debating with my high school Spanish teacher about knowing multiple coding languages hinders your ability to learn spoken languages. EJ, that's ridiculous. This is right up there with hacking a vending machine. You hacked a Spanish teacher. So create a work queue item. So how do we generically identify items? I guess there'd be something like task params and then something that we report back to. Same character set. Okay, this is cheating. What is this? What language is this? I want to say this is Visual Basic. Yeah, what language is this? I don't see anything identifying about this language really. 1C enterprise scripting language. Okay. Well, now we know. Rushwan Sharp. Oh, Rushwan. Okay. Every Juan. So task params and then the source, I guess. So one thing we could say here is like this dot create time equals date dot now. The rest of that's not going to be done. I need to figure out what the flow for this is. So the some server contacts the game server's REST server to give it work. It creates a work queue item and adds it to the queue. Somewhere, well, and adds it to the queue with the REST variable so that it can respond when complete. Is CSGO predominantly Russian players? And I know what I've heard all the jokes before, but I'm wondering, is it actually statistically like mostly Russian players? Because there are lots of games that have one target market. A lot of the Korean MMOs have mostly Korean players and some American players and some European players and somewhere. So the cluster master, oh, it's not? Okay, Gino. The cluster master will assign tasks to instances. It needs to track which work items are in progress by some kind of ID. I have no idea, but the California servers get all the Russians, it seems. Okay. Maybe the Russian servers are getting all the Californians. You're just connecting to the wrong country. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. So we give it an ID, then the task params, and then the response. A unique identifier. Did I miss the 1 year anniversary? No, that's 2 days from now. 2 more days, everybody. And it's Terraria time. 1 year anniversary on September 8th. 1 whole year. You know what's interesting? If you go to Twinge and take a look at all of my declining metrics, this isn't 365 days. It shouldn't have data for that. September 7th till now. Oh, well, because this is a leap year? Okay, never mind. But I didn't start on September 7th. Right? I think I would know when I started. September 7th was a Monday. I'm pretty sure I started on a Tuesday. Anyway, the point is, I've streamed for like 1,500 hours. And that's pretty crazy. 1,500 hours. And then you look at the top people who've been in chat. So I streamed for 1,500 hours. Oh, my bot was online for slightly longer than that. But Tempura has been here for nearly all of those hours. Insane. Yeah, thanks, Lost Thing. That's the game. Song describes it best. Oh, yeah, I saw that. All right. Let's get back to this, where I'm actually, doing something. So the response, we're going to save pretty much all of this stuff off. Task params. So what do we do after that? Cluster master will assign tasks to instances. It needs to track which work items are in progress by some kind of ID. I guess task params will always contain an ID itself. to, or a type variable. Say what kind of task will be performed. Alright, so this is an object, and it minimally contains a type which identifies it. That type should eventually be, well, should be something more. This is the res in the rec res next trio. So what do you call it? I guess it's a response object. For REST servers. Really anything with middleware. Hey, kill you. I don't think I've ever seen you type in chat before. Sometimes I think of things that I shouldn't share with people. But now I've laughed about it and I've mentioned it, so I should share it. I have a list. I have a list in here somewhere that is things that stopped people from lurking in chat, because I find it absolutely fascinating when someone who's been lurking for something like 50 hours finally decides to type something, and what it was that made them type that thing. And I wonder, maybe like 4 or 5 months from now, if I try repeating those things, I wonder if those things are just proven things that pull people out of lurking. It would be fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So I have the work queue. I need to add to the queue. Where did cluster M go? So this is an array of work queue items. The work, oh man, assigned to this server, this cluster. All right. So that needs to be an update, something that's gonna pull things off of this queue and handle them. So yeah, let's call this handle work queue. And then from cluster master, where we instantiate this, after we've started listening, actually we can start the work queue up immediately. There's no reason why we can't. So start work queue update loop. This dot set interval. This dot cluster env dot, what's it called? Handle work queue. All right, so this, and we're gonna update it. It's gotta actually be pretty frequently. Or no, whenever it's got items in it. I guess it should just be handled like every 16 milliseconds or something. So we're going to start this right after setting up the cluster. Actually, no, it doesn't need to be then. It can be. So if the queue is empty, if this dot work queue dot length equals 0, then just return. There's nothing to handle. But if there is something to handle, then the first thing we do is first check for a ready instance to handle it. So how do we do that? The same way I guess we did it in the REST server, where we say get num ready game servers. Get num ready game servers. So we go through all the game server instances we have and we check to see which ones are ready for a game. Cool. All right, so just find the first ready instance and assign the work to it. So how do we find the first ready instance? I believe I wrote this here. Get ready game server instance. How does this function? And goldest player. Thank you for following. If you cut just a few pixels off your name, you get coldest player. That's like a band name. I'm going to stop rambling now. So this goes through every ready game server. Oh no, the first one. Why is this not just a filter? Return, or no, we want to, it's not filter, we want some, I believe. Checks if predicate returns truthy for any element. Iteration is stopped once it returns truthy. And what does it return? Boolean. No, I don't want Boolean. I want to find the first one of these things. I guess it's just find. And canhorn and found defined. Is it? That's strange. I guess there's just many followers at once. But thank you all for following. EJ and Botland Bot's username looks so similar. I think Botland Bot has a random color. Returning the first predicate, the first element at predicate returns truthy for it. This is exactly what I want. So I want underscore.find this dot game server instances and game server instance. So we want this. And this needs to return true. So we just do this. There, much better. Much, much better. Okay, cool. So now that we have this, all we have to do is call this from over here. So we have to say const ready game server instance equals this dot get that if util dot exist. Actually, it has to exist because this is one process calling this. So there's no sort of interruption here. This has to exist. In fact, we shouldn't even do things this way. Yeah, we should do it this way. I know how to do it. Let's check this out. We get rid of this. Now find the first ready instance and assign work to it. If util dot exists, so let's do it this way. If not, timeout time 5. Sorry for the spam, everybody. Which one of these has blacklist? There's no timeout time. I guess it's just timeout time. Was that 5 seconds? Oh my god. I'll get this eventually. Timeout time is set to 5 seconds. Yeah, cool. So now we can say blacklist message. How does this work? Okay, cool. Done. We're going to find the sites that tells me the shortcuts for programming. So Gladiator, it depends on what IDE or what program you're typing into. If it's Sublime, you can just go into the 2 key bindings files in preferences, and that should contain basically everything. If it's Windows, then yeah, I would just Google search something. Okay, so if it doesn't exist, then just return. And if it does exist, then we assign it some task. So how do we do that? That's done over here. So we set its instance state, and then we do a whole bunch of stuff. And then we're sending a reserve game right now. This is gonna have to change to something like handle work. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, it's not case sensitive either. It just doesn't work. There's probably a way you have to enable it, in fact. Let's go take a look. Regular subscribers, silent timeout, links, message caps, symbols, spam, emote, colors, blacklist message. Do I have to? I don't think this is how this works. Yeah, it's the warning message, I think. Yeah, gold is player. You change the color. Blacklist warning message. So there's got to be a way to actually blacklist a phrase. This is not helpful. Oh, there's a blacklist thing? Oh, what's on the blacklist? I probably shouldn't show this. Oh, cool. Okay. All right, nice. Neato. All right, cool. We got there in the end. All right, so let me write this stuff down. I'll eventually put it into my Phantom bot. Yeah. Yeah, it tells you because he keeps asking people to say to get his time in chat, and I've asked him to stop whispering people in chat about the channel. I'm not gonna ever ask someone to stop whispering someone in general. You can always whisper each other about random stuff. I don't care. But if you're trying to subvert the chat rules, that's a problem. I feel like I walked into a room and a giant net landed on my head. Yeah. Welcome to Scooby Doo. So handle work queue instead of reserve gain. This is going to be a little bit different now. So cluster message type. Where does it even come from? Oh, game server constants. That's nice. And that comes from where exactly? Apparently not even here. Okay, let's go find it. Oh, not here either. There it is. Require dot slash constants. So that looks good. So now let's load up the constants file that is right there. We have cluster message type. I suppose we could add in a new. Oh yeah, Gladiator. I know. He's been asking everybody. Like I said, Mercrono, I know you're listening. I've asked you to stop. I'll ask you again, please stop. At some point, this goes against Twitch's terms of service with trying to get around a ban. Okay. So all we need are special messages for this stuff now. And then a whole bunch of parameters, of course. So when we say reserved ready game server instance, I guess what we're going to do is something like add to work queue. Reserve could be that function. There's no reason why not. I don't know. People get banned and they want attention. The overseer calls in this API when it wants to reserve a single game server instance out of our entire cluster. I'll call the Twitch cops. So this isn't going to matter. What we're going to eventually do here is say this dot, so work queue item equals new work queue item. We need the ID, the task params, and the response. So ID, task params, and response. And then we're going to need to say this dot cluster m dot add work queue item, work queue item. Then this function needs to exist here in cluster m. GG in Disguise. Coming from someone that has nothing to do with programming, this is both fascinating and hypnotic somehow. It's the blue lights that make it hypnotic, but thank you. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. I think a lot of what I'm doing right now is not straightforward, even people who know how to program, not because it's complex or anything, but just because it's a code base that you guys don't have access to. So there's thousands of lines of code that you can't see, and all you can see at any given time is about 30 of them. And even then, that's not the full context that you need. So the thing that I'm working on, since I'm sure people are curious about that too, and I'll give kind of a very brief demo about this because I've been saying this multiple times per day. But I'm making Botland. It's a game where you make bots, of course. You can customize how they look. So I can do something like this if I want. Come up with some crazy stuff here. And you can customize what they do. So the what they do comes down to what can they do. So there's, can you fire artillery? Can you use melee? Can you teleport maybe? And you can put a shield on yourself. So here are all the things you can do. Now you need to make them do that, either by just saying, okay, go do it, in which case you say like, hey, figure it out for me. Or you can give it a custom script. So you can say something like, okay, I want you to fire artillery if you can, and if not, then try to use melee. And if that doesn't work, then try to pursue an enemy bot. And you build up this script as you go to the point where you can get it to the, like, you can get it to be as long as you want almost. I mean, there's a limit, but You can write out all of this logic if you want. You can write it in JavaScript if you want. You don't have to worry about how you do it. It needs to be there in some form, even if you don't write it. No form is still some form. And then you deploy your bots into an arena, and the objective is to take down the defender's CPU. So they run according to the rules you gave them, and I'm not trying to incorporate any strategy right now. I'm just showing off the game. Everything's running super fast. That's not supposed to happen either. It's not what they can do. It's what they can. It's what can they do. All right. I don't know what I actually said, Telzy. I don't pay attention to what I'm saying a lot of the time, but there you have it. And yeah, we just got some new graphics today, so you can make all sorts of ridiculous looking bots. Neato, right? Are you going to work on the UI design? Yeah. So to give a little bit of history, and again, I'll try to cover this pretty quickly. The game's been in development for about a year. It wasn't until about 2 months ago that we realized the original game was pretty terrible. And so we pivoted, and the pivoting has pretty much completed in the form of a new game design document. All that game design document needs to be translated into code now, and then also UI, and then everything else that goes along with that. So artwork, and eventually sound and music and everything else. The VA head with the dragon body and octopus legs looks like a really nerdy bot. Let me see. Yeah. I really like the octopus foot, which is just watery wheels pretty much. Yeah, there's some good stuff here. Oh my god. This looks like DK mode. Do you guys remember that from GoldenEye? I don't know why I got such a kick out of that. That was like that tiny horse picture from earlier that I think Rami was talking about. But this is what this reminds me of. Oh, what's his name? Darth Helmet. Darth Helmet? Yeah. That's what this looks like. Yeah. Okay, I got it. This is going to be my bot. This is going to be every bot that I have in the arena. This is going to be this. I'll give it like intimidating colors. Yeah. Spaceballs, yeah. Alright. It's getting a lot warmer in here. Hang on a sec. Using Bing as a developer? You've been here for 25 hours and you're asking me that question? I think not. Beat me to it, Superman. Okay, so add work queue item. I am perhaps programming in the slowest possible pace I could. So to come up with these parameters. This I don't care about. We need to know whether... No, we can't return two things though. How hard is it to keep it straight face during the recording of the hacker tutorial? Surprisingly, so if I try recording like a Botland recap video or something now, it takes me minimally an hour and a half or 2 hours, and that's for like a minute of video. That hacker video I recorded over the course of I think like half an hour. I wrote the entire script for it and did I think one take and then uploaded it. So I think there were some intentional laughs in the script, but I think I accidentally kind of chuckled once. And it's not super obvious. So I didn't have a straight face throughout the whole thing. Like at the very end when I said look at the picture quality, I'm like, no one's gonna even get this joke. But thanks, Lost Thing. Hacking is serious business. Oh, I'm not undressing. Removing clothes is not. It's not undressing until you remove the last article of clothing. Well, it's not against Twitch's terms of service, I should say. I guess it's still technically undressing. All right, so this we don't care about. This we don't really need. In fact, a lot of this we're not going to really need. So we just need to get... We need to get task param set up, and then we also need that ID. So let's just say this dot... Actually, the work queue should be responsible for figuring that out itself, shouldn't it? Maybe it can assign an ID later. Add work queue items, which is this then. And it can come up with it. Yeah, that's probably, whoops, I like super zoomed in. I didn't mean to do that. Oh no, how many lines did I have showing? I think that looks good. Okay, so this should be gone from here. Let's get rid of it. I didn't even put it there, so I don't need to get rid of it. So we can just say that add work queue item can change into task params. And what's the other thing? Rest. So now we say that const work queue item equals new work queue item ID task params rest. Cool. I typed that out twice for no reason. So let's get work queue item from dot/work queue item, and then we'll say this dot next work queue item ID equals 0. Yeah, actually that's already fine. And we say const ID equals this plus plus. Done. Well, I'm dropping tons of frames. That was weird. What's your opinion on C? I like it. I don't have anything against it. I don't use it. But yeah, I like it. Are you developing this game alone? Yeah, I am. And a hacker video? Yeah, Octazane. There it is. Yeah, I'm surprised this got as many views as it did. I put so much more effort into other videos that got like no views. Thanks a lot, YouTube population. All right, so push the next work queue item. I think this looks fine. I think now we just need to make sure that this thing pulls off the work queue items. So let's go into cluster env handle work queue. Yeah, so here. So here we would say logger.info pulling an item off of, actually, you know, as long as there are things in the queue, we should be doing this. So we could change this to while this is greater than or equal to 0, greater than 0, excuse me, that we just keep getting the next instance. That way we handle as many things as we have to handle. What would you have used if you didn't pick JavaScript? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. And hey, Nautical Clever. Panadol day. Haven't forgotten yet. Off of the queue, remaining. Like, actually, we never actually pulled it off of the queue. This is where we need to do this. So let's take a look at how this works. If we say a equals an array, a.push 1, 2, 3, and then a is that, and we pop, does it come off the left side or the right side? The right side. Okay, so it's a.shift that takes it off the left side. That's what we want. Okay, so const next queue item equals this dot work queue dot shift. But that's only if there's an item to be taken. So pulling an item off the queue, new size is, might as well say it this way, this dot work queue dot length. All right, and that's it. Then we can handle it. So all we do is we say this thing is running. So let's try this out. Oh wait, this won't work until I do this part. Come up with these parameters. So const task params equals type validate, and the defense itself is just going to be like hello world. So let's do this. We pass in the response. Everything's good to go. Now we need to call this function, and all it should do is pull this task off of the queue. All right, let's go try that. So we need a game server running. So let's do this, cluster run. And this dot set interval is not a function. There. Okay. So it's printing out the current time. We don't need that. New date, date dot now. Yeah. So we've got to hit the reserve API. Where is it? Game server cluster reserve. So when we click this button, it should print out something over here. Resource not found. That's not helpful. 8081, is this even running on 8081? It's not. It's running on 8083. So save and send. Oh, there we go. Okay, work queue item is not a constructor. No, that's not the case. That can't be the case. New work queue item. This is a constructor. This equals require that. Then I guess the way this has to work is I have to do like dot. No, what? That doesn't make any sense. What's going on here then? Work queue item. Class work queue item. Export default. Thanks, Octazane. Yeah, serious hacking skills. What did I mess up here? I suppose it's coming from here, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. And why is that not a constructor? Well, let's find out. So if we just run node and we say just g equals require work queue item, can't even find it. Oh no, wait. I'm doing this from the wrong directory, so it's got to be source. Unexpected token export. Oh, I see. This should have just been module.exports equals work queue item. What, and then everything works? There it goes. Oh, nice. Cool. So that worked. So pulling an item off of the queue, new size 0. So now what we can do is make this... how should I do this actually? I need to keep track of which ID we're passing to this instance. So when we send a message to this, we need to send the work queue's ID and get task params. So type, I don't really care, I guess, and then next queue item dot get task params, and ID is next queue item dot get ID. All right, so then the game server instance is going to eventually tell us I finished with what I'm doing. I have finished with what I'm doing. It doesn't need to though, because we could just maintain in its state what particular thing it's trying to handle. I think that would be a better way of doing things than what I'm doing right now. Are you saying something is worse than this? Have you never used Notepad before? Notepad minus. All right. Yeah, this is a bad system of doing things. So instead of keeping an ID around, when I set that a game server instance is busy, I should just keep track of the particular item itself. AmeriCorp says, how can I join the beta of Botland? So the game's not playable right now, but if you want to join when it is playable, just stick around the channel, I guess. So here's the thing. The last time it was playable was Friday, and that was when I was trying to validate whether I thought the prototype would be fun. My conclusion was that it was fun, so now I'm going and implementing the prototype, and that's going to take like 2 or 3 months probably. So I'm sure sometime between now and 3 months from now, the game will be online again, but I can't tell you when. There's a lot to change in order to get it to work. So instead of keeping an ID around, I set that a game server instance is busy, I should just keep track of the particular work item that it's busy with. Yeah. This is a big enough set of changes. I think I can get this done by the end of today, but I still think it's going to be a little bit difficult. And either way, this is just one system. So yeah, when I set game server instance state to running game, what it's really doing is it's running a task. So I should change this entire function, and then finished running game, and now it's ready for game. It's like finished running task. Ready, sure, fine. All that's okay, I guess. And then a game server instance itself has a particular work item it's associated with. We can keep track of that here if we want. We can say work queue item equals null, undefined. Just say this here. What was the prototype? It's not too much to explain. Yeah, sure. I can link this in. So the prototype was essentially like this that you see here. So it's indirect PvP. The way that it used to be was direct PvP. I'm pulling up a document, by the way, so that's why I'm looking off screen. They used to be direct PvP, and that was just bad for a lot of reasons. So yeah, Marikarp. So I'm saying there is no pre-beta version that's playable right now. So I'll show you briefly what the game used to look like. This was a while ago now, but the game used to be real time. So what you could do is you could open up a dialogue and like customize your bot right here in the game. So you could say something like pursue enemy and fire lasers and whatever else. And this is, if you've seen the What is Botland video, this is what you're looking at there. And then I would just click the deploy button and it would put a bot into the arena. The problem is there was just no strategy involved whatsoever in this game, because it's just a mess of things happening. Like, even if you could click the bots and say, does this have missiles? Does it have lasers? What are you doing to influence the arena? So that's what led to me making this document, which you can load up if you want. I put it in the chat. And yeah, if you want to read about all the things that led to this, you can open up this document, which I don't suggest doing, but that's like 70 pages. Some light reading before bed. Well, no, so the first document is light reading. It's like, what, 6 pages? And it's gameplay stuff, so it's not like very complex. Yeah, it's only 6 pages. And that's it, just a few headings. Like, I don't think this is too bad. This one, yeah, this is just a joke at this point. Like, but if you want to read about how I came to the conclusions I did, really, if you want to read anything from this document, it's overall conclusions that I think is the most important. And I honestly think the second bullet point is the most important thing. So if you want to just read this on my screen right now, I'll just expand it a bit. And then I'll read chat. $60 now. Okay. Yeah, so work queue item, we could save this off here. Current work queue item equals null. This is of type work queue item. The item that this instance is currently handling. There we go. So then in here we can set this. So anytime you set this to an ID of running, you should pass in an item. And then if we have that association, so now in set game server instance state, whenever you set it to running, which is only here, I believe, ready, the function itself, and then comment it out for running. Yeah. So it must be this. So we can just set this to the next queue item. There, perfect. So now when we send it something, we can send it not the ID, but just the task params. And when it responds to us, we'll know which one finished. Are you on Twitch chat on Vim? He's always in insert mode. He's the biggest Vim noob. Okay, so we have type reserve game and then get the task parameters. I think this part's fine. And that way the response can be used in a different way. So next ID, yeah, this doesn't need to be used at all. We can just get rid of this and get rid of that and that. So now work queue item does not need this concept of an ID. We just delete it. We delete this. There is no get ID. There. Wait, Maricorp, what? Oh, you're talking about, is it this? I'm not sure what site are you talking about? I'm not saying that that's not the case. It's just I haven't updated a whole lot. Have you been having bot issues lately? I got whispered a light link because it thought I followed. No, that you want a giveaway earlier. I'm sorry, I find this funny. I don't know if it's that. What site are you talking about? Yes. What do you prefer to read a small text file, cat or less or more or Vim or Emacs or VI? I use more, but I'd rather use less. I just haven't gotten used to typing less instead of more. God, I've made no progress on this. I just feel bad now. That's what this is doing to me. So what we need to do next is, so this stuff's done. So update the queue every so often, that's done. I guess one of the other things is make sure that when we get a new queue item, we're immediately trying to handle it. There's no reason to wait up to 16 milliseconds for another loop to be scheduled. Yeah, I know, Mike. I like them both more or less. Is that what that was a big setup for, Thelzy? So that's not as important as this though, which is the whole reserve. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look. So we have handle queue item, and that's here. We send a reserve game message. So treat reserve game as a validate defense function. For now, just have it return immediately with some data. It should print out the message. When the fake validate defense function finishes, we should have it tell the cluster, and the cluster should mark this worker as being ready. All right, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom again. I don't know what's wrong with me today. There. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. So treat reserve game as a validate defense function. So this is coming from game server instance, which I guess is here, right? Yeah, message handler equals handle reserve game. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is gonna be different. Or we could just keep reserve game there and just not ever use it. It's probably a better idea. Let's go do that. So let's say validate defense. So this is sent from master to worker when someone wants to validate a defense setup. Okay, so we can use this. So over here, we just need to set this up. We should say handle validate defense. So this takes in a message object. We can write the same general comment that we have here. And activate power mode. Alright, so what is this message that we get? We get task params. So task params in this case, I guess this has its own type, doesn't it? We could just put this type in there. So to do eventually, just take this type from the task params. Yeah. Make sure the type of a task is put in its task params. It can just be the message type. Like reserve game or validate defense. What are people doing with account names nowadays? Alright. Hey, bot. They just get weirder and weirder. Alright, so treat reserve game as validate defense. I don't think that's necessary. Have it immediately return some data. That part is necessary. So what we'll say here is game server m.setState running game. I mean, I guess this is necessary. But then the only other part is once it finishes a game. So we go to shared game server finished game? Server game server? Is there a Vim activate power mode? What is this? Oh, for idea. Is this my computer lagging, or is this the plugin being incredibly slow? No, there's no way. It can't be that slow. This is bad. That's the performance of that. That was bad enough when I tried out Adam. Alright, so go back over to here, and when we finish a game, we publish game finished, and that gets handled right here. Process at end. There, that's what I need. So if cluster.isWorker, tell the master about this. Yeah. Even the GIF flags, you can't even capture what this thing does. So do I have cluster here? Yes, I do. All right, so process.send game finished, and we don't care about this necessarily. You know what we should do though? We should probably print out at least something in this message object. This message object contains task param. So let's just stringify that. Message, yeah, let's just do that. That's fine. Okay, and then we should mark that this thing is now free again. I think this might be fine, but there are other parts to this that I'm not sure about. Let's try this out. So we run this code. Now we click reserve. Finished running game, bad request. That's fine. It should have printed out, yeah, hello world. Okay, good. Yeah, so the finished running game part is what's going to totally break now. Game server, finished running game. What does this do? Message.player IDs. Yeah, we don't have that. And we can't tell the overseer about this. All we know is that it's free now. So we just comment that out. Okay. Well, there we have it. Yeah, let's try it now. This should have fixed it. Yeah, there we go. Now it doesn't work after that. Oh, right, because I'm not sending the response. Okay, perfect. So I know what I have to do. Now find the work queue item associated with this instance. So game server instance, get work queue item, return. What am I typing? All right, so work queue item equals game server instance dot get work queue item. This has to exist. If this doesn't exist, there's a big problem. But now what we have to do is in the work queue item itself, we get the response. So get response. Work queue item dot get response. And then with that response, we send a 200 with like A-OK. Great. Otherwise, catastrophic error. This not log info. What is this? Was ist das? What is this function? Okay, that's quite a function I wrote there. So error, no work queue item found from game server instance. That is a big problem because that means that no response is going to be sent. This is a huge problem because it means that no response is going to be sent. It shouldn't be possible for this to happen. So we'll go back to here. What should happen now is that we should just see A-OK when we click this button. No work queue item found. Oh, that's disconcerting. So game server instance should have been started with 1. How does this get mapped? Dot bind this, set up message handlers. This is for no, this can't be right. This definitely can't be right. This, where did this come from? See handle worker message for comments about parameter. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Cool. So we have a game server instance for this. I got it. I understand how this is happening now. We bind it to the game server instance there. So then this has been created with no work queue item. That's totally fine. I guess we just never set it? That must be the problem. Oh yeah, that must be the problem. Set work queue item. Right? I never use this anywhere, do I? I don't. Work queue item equals work queue item. So we just need to call this somewhere. What is it? Underscore afterward or before? There it is. Oh, wait a second. No, this is not needed. I just named the variable wrong. Ah, fine. Or I did actually screw this up. Desecrated Aces says, what are you making? So I've explained this a bunch of times today, so like I'm gonna link in a video now that talks about it. I don't mind answering any other questions about this though. The game has actually changed a lot from what the video shows, but it would take me a couple of minutes to explain the game again. And at some point I should just record a new video, that way I can show people. Okay, so this part makes sense. This part does not make sense. It's no work queue. Oh, whoops. I named the variable wrong in 2 places. How utterly silly of me. Alright, let's try that now. Doop. Still no work queue item found. Huh. This is getting peculiar. Unless that was just me spending... No. Okay. Let's find out. I want to check out this REST client. Oh yeah, I saw that on Reddit yesterday. I didn't actually look into how it's better than Postman because I'm very happy with Postman. But yeah, perhaps it is better. Does Windows not have a clear command? It does. It's CLS. Your multiple spaces are cause my CLI senses to twitch. Multiple spaces. What multiple spaces? These? Oh, no, that's just me hitting Control C a bunch of times to try to close out of the program. I just mashed the Control C combo a lot. Oh, darn it, I ran the wrong thing now. Yeah, see, I just did it again. I just hit Control C a lot. Because sometimes it doesn't close the program immediately. Alright, so I still haven't gotten this to work the way that I wanted to. We have to go to get work queue item, this. The game server instance, I guess, just doesn't have it. Let's just stringify that, game server instance. This probably won't work. This is probably a circular... Yeah, this probably makes this circular. Circular data structure. Yeah, I thought so. That's too bad. Kill-9 everything. Looks like you're trying to gain some spacing. No, if I want to run something like that, I usually just do CLS and cluster run, and then that way that's the only thing on my screen. All right, I'm not positive why this doesn't exist. The only way it could exist is if I'm calling this. Oh. Okay. I figured it out. Well, that took no time whatsoever. Enrixo, thanks for following. Your name is Oscar backwards. Hey, cool. We're A-okay now. Okay, so we should be able to call this multiple times, and every time it does this, yeah, great. Okay, so now here's what we need to do. We need to go into the game servers, whatever this is, and just make this take longer. That's it. So we say set timeout. We just put all of this inside of a set timeout, and then make this run after like 1.5 seconds, and there. Okay, so now only 2 of these should be able to run at any given time, but it should queue up as many as we possibly can. So we're just gonna hit send button a whole lot. Oh, that won't work because I need to send them in parallel. There's no way to do that, is there? There's kind of a way, which is to do it this way. Yeah, here's what we do. So generate code. We copy this to the clipboard, and then we just run this in multiple command prompts. So I run one here and I run one here, and we just hit enter on both of these. There we go. So there's nothing on the queue, and it handled both of them. Perfect. Okay, so now let's run this inside of a loop. So /L%G in 100. Do this. Does that work? Oh, I remembered for loops in batch. I'm proud of me, even if you guys aren't. Okay, so let's run this in a few different command prompts. So now we have like 3 of these working. So the size of the queue should be increasing. And it doesn't look like that's the case. Huh. What's going on then? Because it says pulling an item off the queue. Peculiar. I don't know. That is strange. That should be coming from here. If there's no ready game server instance, we just return. And if there is a ready game server instance, then we finally pop something off the queue. Oh, so I guess the only time this can print... Okay, yeah, I know. If I just did this here, if I said like logger.info, no ready game server instances, size of queue, this.work queue.length. That's what would make this work. All right, let's try that out. Okay, so now it's gonna say this is always gonna say new size 0. That's fine. This is always gonna say new size 0. Then as soon as I add in another one, it's gonna say that the size is 1 of the queue. Yeah. But because this isn't just spamming commands out, the queue can never be above size 1 unless I open up another one of these. And now, yeah, the queue is of size 2. So this is working exactly how I want it to. And now it can handle all of that. Perfect. All right, nice. Nice. So that's finished. Treat reserve game is validated, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's done. Make sure the type of task is put in its task params. It can just be the message type. Yeah, so let's go do that. Work queue item currently has task params. We could say something like message type. I don't know what I called this. What did I call this? So this can be deleted. That's fine. But this is cluster message type. So that's what I want. So we can say cluster message type. And that is a, whatever that is. So this identifies the type of task that we're running. So now that we know ID is not needed, we can get rid of this. We don't have the type param in here. These are just any parameters that the task might need. Since there's no more user action when once a wave starts, can't you simulate the match super quick and just slowly show the result to the user? Yeah, and that's what I'm doing right now. So the match is already being simulated super fast. So if I put down a bunch of bots and then I run this, the match is over within like 200 milliseconds. The problem is I haven't gotten the whole show it to the user slowly part working yet. In order for that to work, I need to produce an entire timeline of actions and then show it at whatever pace the client wants to watch it at. And in order to do that, I need to change my entire infrastructure. This is the whole to bake an apple pie from scratch. You must first create the universe. My universe starts at my infrastructure. And I'm trying to make an automated pie. So let's get back to work. So get response, and then we want the type probably, when we make a new work queue item. So this can be deleted, this can be deleted. Next work queue item ID, this can be deleted. New work queue item, fun. Did I mention fun at any point in there? I don't think this is bad. I think this is enjoyable. It is a lot of work. It's just, I'm not going to be done with this anytime soon. And I remember how this happened last time when I was modifying my infrastructure. And cute Sprite, thank you for following. What is this? I wanted to see if this was something I didn't recognize. To write on human skin. How many votes did this get? Can you tell? Oh, 1 and then -3. Got it. You realize you can't ever admit this, right? This is a violation of Twitch terms of service. Anyway, what I was saying about infrastructure was that the last time I was mired in this, it was overwhelming because there wasn't ever a way out. But now there's a light at the end of the tunnel. It means hidden. Cool. So then QT is probably not for cute, is it? I'm gonna put this in pronunciations, even if. Would you say cute or no? It is? Aha! Cool. Now I know, and now it's been forever saved. So yeah, what's your main account, Farticus? And like, I have a reason for everyone that I ban, and I don't mind sharing the reason usually, but depending on why I banned you, I might not. Some people are just outright trolls. Hey, Smooth Dog. Huh, I wonder who this new person can be who's saying sup. Let's take a look at the profile. Created today. No followers, no following. I'll clap my hand. And Ultimate Skittles. Well, welcome everyone new to the channel. It was suspended. I can't even use it. Did I can't even suspend accounts. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Botland? If it's Botland, I just don't validate accounts every once in a while. That's just an accidental thing. But I don't know what you're talking about exactly. If you banned me, and Galaxy Monster, thanks for following. Yeah, I'm new to Twitch. Yes, a very likely story. You think I'm going to believe that? That you just happen to stumble upon this channel of all channels when you come to Twitch? I am this close to banning you. This close. Heads will roll. So make sure the type of task is put in task params. I think this is good. New work queue item should now be doing this. It's not. That's fine. We're just going to pass this in over here as... Actually, you know what? No, we're not going to do any of that. We're going to have this be passed in like that. And we'll just push that there. And then we'll get rid of this stuff. And have cluster M do this. This channel is the top channel in game dev. A likely story. I'm not super new, just wanted to see some coding. Oh, I don't mind new users, don't get me wrong. He got you there, Adam. He did get me there. I've been bamboozled. No, Venrix, it's a combination of things, I guess. The biggest part of the combination is the first 5 letters of the name. But who knows? I'm not actually banning somebody. Not yet. And what program am I using? So I don't know what program you're talking about, but all of those answers of what program are you using for blank of like, hey, what's that in your taskbar? That's all listed out here. So you're probably asking about Sublime. If you're talking about this program, that's Sublime Text. I still think is unlikely. Oh man. Okay, so duplicate declaration. How is that? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so add work queue item. We don't do this, but then why was this here to begin with? This shouldn't have been here at all. Something's amiss. Ultimate skills. I don't ever mind clarifying what I'm doing. This is where I wanted to put this, inside the rest server. I don't even think this is a great place to put it, but it works, and that's what we're going to do. So let's get rid of this. I don't know why that wasn't saved. So now we just call add work queue item. And then this message, no, not this message. Drat, where did the message go? Oh, here it is. So this is the type. What file do you keep me on? Keep on me, Smooth Dog. Smooth Dog, I think you're in one of my notes. The thing I associate you with the most is that day where the maintenance guy came over and you said that I was trying to seduce the plumber by changing... Oh no, you're the one who changed my lights to pink. And you said that that's going to seduce the plumber. And I still find that hilarious. I'm laughing at a combination of things right now. Oh, right, that was a thing. Yeah, smooth dot. It was a thing. All right, let's get rid of this and put this over here. There we go. Okay. So now what's missing? Something's wrong. Unexpected token in REST server on line 56. Oh, there's no comma. Captain Pepperoni, I don't have an association for you. In fact, I don't know if I've ever seen you type anything. I try to remember people who've typed more than like 2 things in chat. It's not always easy because some people come back after like 6 months and they're like, remember me, oh my god, Botland, I haven't seen the progress in forever, what's going on? And sometimes it has to say, no, I'm sorry, I don't. But if you type more than a couple things every week, chances are I know who you are. You can machine learn. Oh man, I'm like not even doing work anymore. All right, so then let's try this out. I think I should have fixed this. Let's take a look. So I'll restart this, and now it should be back to instantaneously. Yeah. All right, so that's working. That was the task that I wanted to do there. So this is now saved off. We have the task parameters and we have the response. And just for sake of consistency, let's put these in the same order. He doesn't know me. I know you, Swall. Alright, so that's done. When this finishes, we have to tell it, you have to have it tell the cluster, and the cluster needs to mark this as being ready. Yep. Make sure that we get a new queue item. We're immediately trying to handle it. Yeah, this is not happening right now, and this needs to happen. So when we go into REST server, excuse me, am I programming God? No. Alright, so come up with these parameters. Yeah, I think it's fine. Type isn't even needed. Message, that doesn't even matter. So what we're going to do is after adding this, in fact, every time we add it, we should just have it. Oh, that's a way better way of doing things. So we'll just say this dot handle work queue. So try handling the queue immediately so that we don't have to wait for the update loop to potentially kick this off. Now that means that maybe there's a better way of handling it when the queue is full. So when it's full, we know we can't try handling it until it becomes empty. Or no, not until something finishes. So yeah, we can run this on a really, really lax update. We go into cluster master and we say, now that we've finished running a task, try pulling other items off of the work queue. So we say this dot cluster and dot handle work queue. There. And then there's one last thing to do, and that's that this should run very infrequently at this point. Oh, hey Lepko. Okay, so this should run very infrequently because we attempt to run it every time a queue item is added and every time one is removed. Every time one comes back to us as finished. So the only, yeah. Meaning this entire function call should be unnecessary. Let's left go a directory. Are you running these queues in memory or do they hit some system like Redis? No, they're just in memory. These queues shouldn't get to be very large. And if they do, then that means that the overseer needs to spawn new game servers. So look at it this way. Like there's a game server cluster, number 1, and this has like instance 1-A and instance 1-B. And then there's game server cluster 2, which has the same sorts of things. And there could be different amounts of these if we want. So we assign some tasks to the game server. We say something like, hey, I want you to do to cluster number 1. We'll say something like, okay, validate defense of this player, then of these players, and like simulate a game. And we kind of just intersperse these through here. So there. That's the cluster number one. So now they have a work queue. They're going to say to this, like, hey, put this up here, and to this one, put this up here. And now this queue is full, and it's got to run all these other things. Well, the thing that's assigning these tasks is going to say, oh, I recognize that I don't have enough processing power to do all of this. I can spawn another cluster now, and then it can handle this, and when it's done, it could spin it down if it wanted to. So yeah, these clusters aren't even on the same machine necessarily. Chrono froze. Chrono froze? Chrono froze. Yeah. Hi. Adam, I very want to meet you. Didn't know that was a command? Yeah. Thoughtful. Thanks for following. Going to be a computer engineer. My kids will probably be addicted to smoking analog and digital. I think that's a common worry from computer engineers. So this is fine. We should test this out. And now the long running tasks thing, we can go back to this by going to game server main. And then in here, we can turn this back into a set timeout. There, comma 1500. What's he doing? Yeah, I'm working on a game called Botland. And hey, Abiogenesis, thanks for following. Abiogenesis, have you seen the video about a guy with a peanut butter jar who's talking about abiogenesis, but he calls it evolution? Did this work? Nice, it worked. Okay, so we should try 2 more times. Good. And then we should try from different instances entirely. In fact, can I open up a new tab with this? Maybe I can. Maybe that's the solution here. How do you open up a new tab of reserve game server? And where is reserve game server? Here it is. Can you not do this? Plus, and then just click this? Nice, you can. Okay, cool. So we just got to open up like 3 or 4 of these, and we should be fine. Perfect. Okay, now let's try running all of these. I don't think that's going to be... Oh, that was easy. Oh, perfect. And it took all of them off the queue, and everything worked just fine. And it got me my response back for all of them. Nice. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to happen there. Cool. I want a TNT that so bad. This is like a bully in elementary school knocking over some kid's milk carton or something. EJ sees it and he's just like, nah, this guy's a nerd. Can you show the game? I can't really. I mean, I kind of can. I think it's best for you to just watch this video, though. I can show that there are some new cosmetic pieces in the game as of this morning. So now all of these are new that you're seeing here. These are old. One of those is new. Something there is new. So yeah, we got the octopus artwork now. Look at this. Look at this dude. Neat. How old are you, milk cartons? I'd love to know more about this coding. Yeah, you think of the mega head is fantastic. I agree. Yeah, Chronofroze, if you want to ask anything, feel free. I don't know how else to, like... Yeah, anything you want to ask about the coding stuff, feel free to ask. Okay, so this is done. This is not really needed. Are you working on this game by yourself? No, I'm not, but I am developing it alone. So give the server some fake long-running tasks. Seems fine. When obtaining health information, yeah, about a game server, I should check to see whether it is overloaded. If it is, I should use that information to determine if I need to spin up more instances. Yep. Okay, cool. Cool. This is JavaScript. So we need to put this somewhere. Ooh. Am I single? People don't usually ask the question like that, but no, I'm not. How often do you have to analyze and classify algorithms? I'm trying to find a reason to enjoy my design class. Well, classifying algorithms, I don't really know what you mean by that. But if you're talking about like how often do you have to check the time complexity or something, I think that's pretty important. I definitely do. I don't know what you mean by classifying exactly, so maybe it's possible that I do that too, and I'm just not sure what you mean by that terminology. You see this. All right. Yeah, so let's take a look. I'm going to check this code in. I was very happy with this plumber husband. My wife would not appreciate that. Okay, so this is the kind of stuff that's going to need to move. And that makes me wonder whether any of this code should be here. So that's... Yeah, this is going to have to change. I'm not even going to check this in. That part we can pretty much just ignore. So bundle entire game state. I don't think we can do anything here either. And then none of that can be checked in. So we're basically just looking at game server code. So what in the game server has changed? Hero blueprint ID is not defined. Oh, all this stuff's going to need to be deleted. Heroes, etc. Well, we have to classify it by, say, what order of omega is the algorithm and prove our conjecture, etc. No, so I think that's useful. And is over-optimization a bad thing? Well, I guess by the very definition of like putting over into it, yeah, it'd be a bad thing. Probably. Otherwise, it'd just be optimization, right? But yeah, premature optimization is pretty bad. That's where you're doing something like, I'm going to write a function that says like sum. And the way that I should write this is like this. And I guess there are different ways you can try to do this. But now let's say you're like, oh, well, x plus y is... I'll give you a really stupid example. This isn't even necessarily optimizing it. But you say multiply x by y. Like, this is how the function should look. Easy to read, easy to understand. Like, now let's say you say, like, if y equals 2, then return x bit shifted left to the 1 by 1. Like, this is technically correct. And maybe on some platforms, like, bit shifting ends up being faster, or bit shifting in an if statement is faster than multiplying or something like that. But what have you done by doing this? You've made the code less readable, so it's less maintainable. And you also don't necessarily know if this is even going to be an optimization. And you don't even probably know, will the multiply function still exist in your code by the end of it? So there are a lot of reasons against optimizing prematurely. Like, don't get me wrong. If you're going to write, so you know about big O notation, if you're going to write an algorithm like this and you're like, oh, but I could write it better as this, then yeah, totally do that. That is not what I consider pre-optimization. That's just like writing a decent algorithm the first time. Okay, it's FAQ time. All right, in order for... Oh, actually, does the FAQ have the wrong thing about how am I getting money from this game? There was a monetization document that I had on here that's now totally wrong. Monetization.html? Yeah. This is out of date. I mean, it was last updated on April, so that's an indication on its own. But yeah, that's going to be different. Wait, what? That's not the point of asymptotic runtimes. Anyway, what am I even like? Don't give in to Spurt, man. Oh, Spurtman's moderating? That's insane. Serialized client entities. So I think this part's okay, but I don't think this is worth checking in. Yeah, I don't think any of this is worth checking in yet. So let's get rid of that. Cluster M, this is where the majority of these things change. So let's go modify this. Add work queue item. Adds an item to the work queue. Work queue item. This is all fine. So handle work queue. Why do you consider age to be too personal? I started an experiment a few years ago. At one of my jobs that I'd had, I shared my age, and I wanted to see how it changed people's perception of me. And then at all my future jobs, I did not share my age. And I think when I didn't share my age, it worked out much better than when I did. Granted, there are lots of variables in that equation, but I just think it's better to not share it. All right, so handle work queue attempts to take items off of the work queue and assign them to game server instances. I mean, game server is a relatively loosely defined thing now. How many years ago and what age were you? 1 year ago and I was X years old. All right, so find the first ready instance and assign the work to it. Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. So if there is no instance, then we're just done. And if there's no work, then we're done. Now, eventually, we're going to run out of one of these things, items or consumers of the items. Easy, Ultralord. And yeah, I like cheesecake. I think what I've determined is that if it's something most humans would eat and it's cheesecake, I'll probably enjoy it. So if it's like a fruit kind or a chocolate kind or anything else, it's probably still going to taste good. Okay, so pulling an item off the queue, new size. So this message is only really going to print out when we're handling something. So running game, next queue item. So yeah, I think that's fine. Eventually just take this type from the task params. Yeah, why did we not do this? Yeah, it's a good thing I wrote that down. Get cluster message type. So this would be just next queue item dot get cluster message type. All right, not bad. That's an acceptable cheesecake algorithm to me. Oh, Z Ultralord. No, what I meant is if I said like, oh, if it's cheesecake, I'll eat it, then people would be like, oh, even this one, and link to some ridiculous thing. Like, no, I don't want your toothpaste and orange juice cheesecake that probably exists out there. You heathens and your wacky cheesecakes. I don't know what your agenda is. All right. So that's good. That's good. This is kind of fine. It's not totally fine. Game server finished running game should be game server finished running game should be renamed. The whole concept of reserving servers is a little different now. Hey, Camille. First, you have to figure out the diameter of the cheesecake. Oh, hey, Texio. Welcome back. Okay, so we need the matchmaker to know that the players are free. I'm not sure how this is going to work now. The way this used to work is that we would... How is the matchmaker going to actually know whether you're in a game or not? Maybe there is no rejoining. Actually, there can't be any rejoining unless state is saved somewhere. Yeah, sure, Chrono froze. Yeah, this needs to be different. So note, because state is going to be maintained by the client, there's no way for the matchmaker to pair you against the same player if you reconnect. It could start the match from the beginning, but then it could be exploited. Alright, let's see what else we have here. Game server instance state is defined but never used. Yeah, all this stuff is gone, isn't it? When the queue item is handled, it will send a response back with your rest. Yeah, none of this is going to matter anymore. So player IDs and skill levels. Yeah, this just doesn't matter. And this is going to handle it and return it, and yeah, we don't need that either then, huh? I'm going to leave this commented out for now. Logger is defined but never used. Yeah. Why did you choose JavaScript for your game? So originally I wanted to learn Node.js, and the only way you can do that is by picking JavaScript. And then I wrote the prototype, and it took about 7 months, and I felt like I'd learned Node from that. But then I made the decision to, like start a company and actually turn this game into a product. And I thought about it, and I thought JavaScript is still probably the best choice. I can use the same language on the client as on the server, so I can reuse a lot of code. And users would write code in JavaScript for the game. So yeah. What is this? Post image? Oh, it accidentally, you got the parenthesis in there. I can tell you exactly why this happened, Benrix, and usually I can't give you such a good reason for this. This happened because Twitch recalculated how they counted viewers. So I did nothing different. It just, Twitch counted things differently. So you should notice this trend in everyone's chart. So if you go to, hang on a second. So let's go to Twinge Soda Poppin'. So if we go back in the last, like half a year basically. That didn't work. Hang on a second. Oh, it did work. Okay, so January 19th is I think when it happened. How many, what's going on right now? Just click this. Yeah, so I think it was around January. This looks like it increased around here. I'm not sure, but like I said, you should see this for most people. Okay, so game server constants is defined but never used. Is that true? That is true. Underscore is defined but never used. Probably also true. Let's just get rid of it. All right. So yeah, these things aren't needed, and constants isn't needed. Waypoint components defined but never used. This is going to be needed at some point. No problem, Hendrix. All right. Nice. So now we just get rid of this. To do validate the defense. Yeah, why that too? So what do you think about it? What do I think about Node and JavaScript? Oh, whoops. Oh, sorry. I didn't see what you'd linked in. Hang on a second. Yeah, so you didn't whisper this to me, so I can take a look here. Debug.log engine.html. Play video. So the code doesn't look very maintainable. Yeah, I think. Oh, let's take a look at your HTML. Like, you should look into using. Oh, you're already using IDs. Okay. Yeah, I would need to look through all of this and see it. So if you have it running on a site already, you could send that over. But yeah, look into using jQuery. I think that would help you out a lot. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so I think we're pretty good. Yeah, so all the linting errors now are in the client or code that I'm not checking in. So we'll just look over the code that I am checking in, and it should be fully commented and everything should look pretty good here. Yeah, so that's good. That's fine. I don't think it's worth commenting that. This is fine too. That's good. That's good. Get work queue item. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. So handle validate defense, that's also fine. This is good. I should get rid of that at some point. I'm not going to do that. Is capturing for journal, we're not going to check that in. Bot assemblage, yeah, this stuff we're not going to check in. Okay, cool. So that's everything. Nice. All right, so change the infrastructure so that game servers are just task runners at this point. They can't actually accept any real tasks yet, but the foundation is there for them to be able to the foundation is there for the cluster master to be able to assign tasks to instances and respond to the original caller when the tasks are finished, e.g. the account server. Oh, thanks, Camille. Fallen in love with the framework, though it does have some issues. Overall, it's a great new way of developing UI. Oh yeah, React? Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. By the way, Venrix, did you ever end up extending Blockly to use C#? Okay, so I'm relatively happy with this. Let's push this code. What games do I enjoy? I used to play a lot more than I do now. Over the course of the stream, actually, one game I was like super into when I started the stream is a game called Wordament. And now I just finished a game called Spellspire, which is very similar. They're both games where you form words with letters. So typically, though, I don't play like word or board games too much. So I'm playing Hearthstone now and Terraria a little bit. There's going to be a special event on stream. If you type Terraria, you can find out about it. That's coming up in 2 days, by the way. So people who've been in chat for long enough can play, and people who haven't been in chat for long enough can watch at least. And what else did I play? I played some mobile games. I actually also just finished a game called Sonic Dash. I finished progressing in it, and there's nothing else to do now. And so in the past, games I really liked have been like Diablo 2. I loved Diablo 2. That was such a great game. Super Smash Bros. Melee. People are still playing that game now. I stopped playing after about 7 or 8 years. But greatest game ever. Samus player for life. Even though she's not top tier. Blocking my own visual scripture. Nice, Benrix. And did I ever play Tibia? No, I didn't. Okay, so in order for this to validate It needs to involve a game server. Without this, I would have to duplicate code that checks whether I'm placing two bots on the same tile, etc. Okay, so let's start to use this. This entire blob of JSON needs to be sent over. So add this called validate defense. This needs to create an arena, try to create bots in it. There can't be a persistent arena on the game server. Yeah, so let's put this here. Yeah, that's good, Venrix. Good, good, good. It's not actually that hard to code and get much better performance. Yeah, there are a lot of things that Blockly does that I think are really nice, though. Let me show you some of them after I find out when the last time I ran a giveaway was. Apparently never ago. There we go. So one of the things that I really like about Blockly is, let's load this up. So the way that you can drag things around and just kind of combine them, like zooming in, for example, everything's done in SVG, so you get the same quality whether you're zoomed in as much as you want or not, like you're zoomed out or zoomed in, I mean. Having things snap, like if you put something kind of close to the connection point and having it snap is pretty good. Telling things what connects to each other is also pretty nice. So like this doesn't try to fit into this piece, but it fits here. I like that. I like how they have drop down menus already. I like how there's other little things that even if you don't have, you might want to consider, where it's like I have closest enemy in these three places. If I rename this variable to just foo, it renames it in all of the places. That's pretty nice too. And then there's other things like if I have two different blocks that are sort of far apart, or maybe there's something over here, I can right click and say clean up blocks and it's going to put them all next to each other. That's pretty good too. Blockly is now a Google product, but it was originally just an open source product, I think, and Google now happens to be running it, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, there are a lot of little features that I thought like, hey, this is good. I wouldn't want to write this myself. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to pass this into a validate defense. C# type information, yeah, it's pretty helpful. Blockly is the only way to script a bot? No, there's also JavaScript, and there's also just not scripting anything. So if you want to write Blockly, awesome. If you want to write something in JavaScript, at any point you can convert Blockly to JavaScript, and if you're used to JavaScript, then this is fine, right? You can type something like if will lasers hit fire lasers, but you can't do something like eval hello world or something like that. So, and if you don't want to do any of that, then just don't write a script at all. So if I were to take this bot, for example, let's come up with like this one. Okay, so here's a bot that has, let's give it melee, and let's give it something more visual than that. Let's give it cloaking and missiles. And I'm going to just delete the script that it has. So there, it's gone. It has no script on it. So now when I play the game and I put down this bot, it still moves and fires missiles, but it doesn't need a script to do that. So if you want to write a script, you can. Botland's not intended to be a coding game. And even if it were considered a scripting game, it's not supposed to be like difficult scripting. It's, hey, move some stuff around, figure out what order you want things in. Yeah, good old Google, they have their hands in everything. You know, every once in a while I see on Reddit, people are like, you know, Google changed their motto from do no evil to do the right thing. And they're up in arms about that, but I think the right thing and evil are both subjective, right? So why would you be up in arms about one and not the other? In my mind, they're equally vague. Yeah, thanks, Camille. Yeah, and I'm fully committed to making this game and making it as great as I can. I think I'm gonna need to pick up the amount of time that I do development for. I just can't for the next probably 2-3 weeks. Then maybe I can try to stream for like half of Thursday or just code on Thursdays or something like that. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. So let's do this. We're going to have to make a validate defense on the rest server of, actually of just this, I think would be fine. No, Thalzy, I don't think. Well, okay. I don't know what your definition of that word is, but I think that they think that one is more significant than the other one. I didn't know if anyone was in chat who is of that mindset and could explain it to me. So reserve game server instance, here's what we'll change this to. We'll change this to validate defense. Work standing. I don't always work standing, but I am now, and I have an FAQ there. So we'll call this validate defense. Whoa, what? Since when do hearts appear? Wait, what was that happening all day? Were there always hearts on that screen? I didn't even see who followed. Oh, smart. Thank you for following. Huh. So this is going to have to do the same general thing as this. Reserve game is going to change. This is going to turn into validate defense. And the params are going to be everything that we have over here, pretty much. Black Magic, thank you too. There are no hearts for this person. Who is... what? Hang on, what caused there to be hearts there? Did you put the hearts on? I don't know what did that. Is it just random? Yeah, it's not happening for any of these other people, which by the way, thank you all. Isn't it only for Twitch Alerts subscribers? Oh, maybe. Oh, I had no idea. Oh, crazy. Okay, well, anyway, all of you will get a whisper from BotLad at some point, and it's got a link. The reason I'm wearing lights is because viewers can control these. So if you follow, you'll get a link. You can control it. I didn't either. Sorry, Texia. Alright, so let's put all these in here. So let's say, what is this? This is going to be like defense, I guess. Okay, so we pass this over to the game server and we call handle validate defense. So this is what's going to have the defense here. So we can just stringify it if we want. Defense, oh no, message object. And then we would need to validate it. So let's try this out. I'm going to go restart the game server cluster. And I'm going to hit send, and all it should do is print everything out. It's trying to add as a loud player. Why though? Handle validate defense is what should be happening. Oh, I'm calling the wrong function. So we need to duplicate this. And then we change this to validate defense. Oh, interesting. Oh, cool. Yeah, Spar, I didn't even know about that. That's very neat. You're the first person, I think, at least that I've noticed, who's followed me and had those effects. This is going to be validate defense, and I guess we're going to post to it. Yeah, fine. So save and send. So it says A-OK, and it's printing out the whole defense. Great. So now here's where things need to get more involved. So this needs to create an arena, try to place bots in it, etc. So in here we started to write a validate defense. Hacker. So this is all going to take place over here. You just set hearts on equals true. I think it's a pretty new feature. Huh. And yeah, I like the lights too. People ask a lot of the time, like, do they get distracting? And the answer is no. And then there are some over there too, which is why you see my room changing colors too. That's not a camera effect. So use real arena dimensions. Yeah, I think it's gonna be important. I think this will just be something kind of tough. Because we need to add bots as though we're going to play a game. which means we need a fake player object. So one of the things that this should contain at some point is like the player details. When will it stop? Oh, so you turned color loop on, or someone did, I don't know who. That'll go for 5 minutes or until somebody else changes it to turn color loop off. Hey, Galloping Cow. Wait, what's deep? If it's something I said, I've already forgotten it. Okay, so this is done. This needs to have more information here. And then this, yeah, we got to create an arena. Okay. Well, what happens when we reserve a game? We say start a new game. So gameserver.js. So we have one arena and it just wipes out the entities as needed. Oh, chat. Okay, so yeah, that was probably someone changing it right there. What happened? Yeah, that's can horn. Color loop off. Color lights pink. This isn't pink though. Only one of them changed to pink. Oh, which light? You picked 0. Yeah, so there's a lamp over here, and you can see one of these. This one is pink. There you have it. So I could either have a new arena every time, which I think might be a good idea, because this whole update game logic is going to just be deleted. And thanks, Camille. How is he so blue? So params dot arena params. We pass a whole bunch of stuff over here. It probably is easier to just wipe out entities every time. That way we don't need to keep reconstructing this. Although, does it really matter? What other things do we actually take from params? Let's just search for this. So those, and then serve arena constructor params dot, and then these. So here are all of the things that I need from parameters. I need a width, a height, a player depot, client server router, software validator, game state, buff depot. That's probably not going to be needed anymore. And require bot base to be deployed by ID. Is dancing part of the quest? This is not so bad. I can make a new arena like this, and that way I can dispose of them as I wish. But what does setup entity component system do? It makes new indexers for all of this. Like, it might be worth it to... I don't know what's going to be faster. I should probably just time it. I should like wipe out all entities 100 times and see how long that is. And I should wipe out all... Or I should just make a new arena every time and see how long that is. What else does this do? Set up tile array. It creates a tile for each. Yeah, that's gonna. The width and height is gonna change. I think I'd rather have this create a new one entirely. What about the server arena? What does this do in the constructor? Yeah, set up a whole bunch of stuff. Bots saved for testing defense. Bots. Yep, I'd rather just create a new one. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so we gotta be really careful about this. So here are the parameters we need to set. Arena params equals, so width, we don't have the width and height for this, so we're just gonna put this up here, I guess. Width, arena width, height, arena height. So those are set. Now we need the player depot. I don't think we're gonna need this anymore because, what? Where is this even created? I don't think we're going to need this because we don't have players connecting. We might need it. This is right here, new player depot. That makes a server version of this. That's in game server. We don't have game server here, do we? Still searching game engines. I found this. I know who I'm going with. What, just because it's available here? What is this game engine? Wow, 10 times faster. Nice. See, I think this is the problem with new game engines. Is like I've never heard of any of these games. And yeah, like I haven't seen these show up on Reddit or anything. Just found out how to host my website on Google Drive. Here's a link. But you can do that and have it actually run JavaScript from here? That's pretty crazy. Huh. Okay. So Player Depot we'll say is what, this .game server? Do we even have game server? Aha, there it is. It's for mobile and you use Lua. Pretty simple. Yeah, I think there are a decent amount of game engines out there that use Lua as their scripting language. So remove this from here. This should be sent to the client when they connect. We make a new game server, and then what? The game server makes a new arena. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, that is a problem. Stop the game server from creating its own. Any tips to be a better programmer? I think it all depends on what level you currently are. I mean, yeah, practice is definitely one of the things I would say. But if you're brand new, I would say learn how to debug. And all of a sudden you'll become like 3 times better at coding because you'll be able to verify your assumptions much faster than you would normally. And if you've been coding for a long time, then yeah, it's like seek out where you think there are gaps in your knowledge and then try projects just targeted at those. So if you think you don't know design patterns, then go learn about design patterns and then just try to implement a project just for the sake of learning design patterns. Says the person that never uses a debugger. It's not that I don't want to use it. It's that it's incredibly tedious for me to use it with the project setup I have now. Like source maps are usually totally broken. I don't want to load up another browser entirely. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I still recognize its importance. Stop the game server from creating its own arena. Yeah, so right now what we can do is this. So the game server has a player depot. I guess this isn't even necessarily needed, is it? Yeah, this makes its own. You don't have a reason to do that. Delete offline players, get online players. I don't even think we need a player depot though. That's the problem. Like this concept shouldn't even exist anymore. This was here so that you always knew who else was in the game and had team information and whether players were allies or not. I don't think this is necessary anymore. Okay. Well, we could just make one for now. I don't think it's a great idea. New player depot. Okay, what else do we need? Client server router. Do we have this? Oh, good. Whew. Camille, maybe. What's the name of your keyboard? It's this one. Okay, so then the software validator. We have that set up. Game state The game state should be created anew with each of these. Where do I do this now? I don't do it anywhere here. There it is. It's just a new game state. Okay. I guess we're going to put that here now. Game state. Then the buff depot. Oh, wait, none of this stuff is set up easily. But we just make a new one of those too. And that's it. So fine, let's go make a new one. No, this is JavaScript. So it's similar sounding to Java, but it's not really related at all. And then this, require bot bays to be deployed by ID. Where is this even used in the code? I think we just get rid of this. It actually doesn't matter because clients don't have access to this anymore. Oh, okay, Black Magic. Yeah. Yeah, so one of the key differences between Java and JavaScript is that Java, and I'm not necessarily telling this to you, just everyone, but Java is strongly typed and it's statically typed. So when you write Java code, you're writing something like int number equals 5. In Java, and then you can't, if you try saying like hello world, impossible in Java. You can't do that because this is the wrong type. But in JavaScript, you can say var number equals 5, then set number to hello world, and then set number to nothing, and then set it back to 5. And all of these are valid. So number has a type at any given time, but it's dynamically typed, so you can change it on the fly. Okay, so here are the arena params. Now we set up a new arena. That comes from here. And now what? Now what do we do? Now we should have an arena that's brand new, and we should just be able to start creating bots in it, I guess. Yeah, there's some weird stuff that's going to have to happen here, though. Did you use Java EE Spring Framework? If yes, can you tell anything about that? I don't know if I have. I might have many, many years ago. So at this point, it's as good as me not having used it. So no, I can't tell you anything about that. Sorry. Okay, so once I have these, now what I can do is just start to try adding things. Line 128 has a problem. Oh, semicolon. There. Okay, that looks good. All right, so now that we have the arena, we can try, we got to validate a lot of things. So it's basically every single thing in here. Make sure that the bots are at valid coordinates. Make sure that they even have coordinates. Make sure, so validate every aspect of the defense passed to us. So to do, make sure every bot can be placed and is placed where the user said. So there's that. So there's, write this, I guess. Then there's also make sure make sure they have access to any hardware that they're trying to use. To do, make sure their code validates. Make sure their waypoint is in bounds. If they don't have a waypoint, just set it to their CPU. Set it to their own CPU. So at some point we need their CPU location. TossoCon, so traceback error is just a generic thing. You would need to, so it's like saying, hey, do you guys know how to solve error? Typically, what's going to happen is it'll say error and then a whole bunch of other text. And without the rest of the text, we can't help you solve this. Does anyone go to C++ wants to help me on a homework assignment? So we're storing tab delimited data that also contains white space. You can just ask in chat, Chase. I don't mind. Someone here can probably help you. So yeah, TossoCon, if you paste in the whole bunch of text, we can help you out. So what else do we have here? The ID of each bot. Make sure each ID for the bots are unique, or just assign them manually. I have a bachelor's degree in computer science. Java is to JavaScript as paint is to painting. Blueprint ID. Yeah, so to do, make sure they own their blueprint ID. Fill in cosmetic data from the blueprint. And then towers, so to do, make sure towers are placed, I'll just say on unique tiles, and that their buff IDs are valid. Here's the problem. So yeah, so the way that stack traces work, what you're looking at is a stack trace. And what this is saying is, let me make sure Python works the way that I think it does. So def test x print x divided by 0. So test 5. So the most recent one is on the bottom in Python. Let's just double check that. Yeah, so the starting code is at the top. So yeah, this code called into the code beneath it, which called into the code beneath that, and so on and so forth. So what you're probably going to try to look for here is, I'm guessing these are the files that you defined. So you've probably written this code. This is calling into this. This is calling into this, and this is calling into this. And it says key error, ADC close. So chances are you're trying to access a key called ADC close in an object that does not have that key. I can try to verify this for you by doing something like this. ADC close. Yeah, exactly. That's it. So you have pandas.hashtable.pyObject.hashtable.getItem. This hash table does not contain ADC close, and that's what you're trying to use. So TossoCon, that should help you. And this is the kind of thing where if you load this up in a debugger, so if you want to, you can download a program called something like PyCharm. You don't have to download this one, but this is one that you could download. And this has a debugger built into it. So you can put your Python code, just basically copy paste everything into there, and then run it through the debugger. And when this error gets hit, you'll be able to see exactly what this does contain. And it's just so helpful for determining what's going wrong and changing things on the fly if you want to. So I don't think we're going to get to this stuff today. There are a lot of things to validate. I'm mostly just going to write some instructions for myself for tomorrow, and we'll resume this stuff tomorrow. Now, I will say this one more time. and probably one more time today, but probably a lot of times tomorrow, which is that if you've been a viewer in chat for a while now and you want to play Terraria on Thursday, you can read through the rules, see if you like them, and then vote over here. We have a lot of maybes and a few yeses. I'm going to be playing regardless. If it turns out that there's only like 1 or 2 people, we're probably not going to play an expert server because I think that maybe we will still. I don't know. I just think it might be too hard. So for the rest of this stream, maybe another few minutes, I'm going to just figure out what's going on for tomorrow. So I need to have, yeah, so it needs to create an arena with bots in it. For now, act like any data I need is present already, e.g. account data from the server. So then there can't be a persistent arena. We need to delete that at some point. Test calling this directly through Postman with different serialized defenses. And then the account server needs to talk directly to it, give it access, and then call it. If the defense is valid, kick off a transaction to make sure cosmetics and hardware are still valid, then persist it to the database. Okay, cool. Yeah, my uptime would normally be at about 8 hours right now, but I started the stream a little bit late, and I got to get going pretty soon. I think this is enough to do for tomorrow. So by the end of tomorrow, what I'm hoping to have in the code base is this new infrastructure fleshed out enough to the point where you can at least validate a defense and like save it off. And once that's finished, we can take that defense and we can start to, yeah, I'll write after defenses can be saved to the account server, saved and validated. I need to have the account server encrypt scripts in that data. Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna get going. Thank you all for watching. This has been a great day. We are going to take a look at who to host. Okay, you know what? I'll host Frankie Pixel Show. I actually did not get to check out his stream, and he hosted me yesterday. Okay, yeah, so again, thanks everyone for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming every day this week, during the weekdays, not the weekend. So I will see you in about 16 hours. Take care, bye.